Dodge dart. Gordon goes 002 on the tree. Still be a little bit slower off of the hitch. And Gordon runs that through to the top end with a 12.04 with an 811 miles an hour. Stilby goes a 14.93 with a 4 at 92. Brings out now Alex Stilby to race Krista Loudit. The Titanium Model Group Jim C. Jimmy over there on that Lordco lane. Mark Ferguson takes up the Firebird. Nick Douglas in the SBB Racing Dart over in the Lordco lane. Firebird raced out from 2002 over here at TCS. I don't see too many Pontiacs nowadays, especially stuff from the early 2000s. So it's good to see that Pontiac still getting some representation at the Titanium Strip. Douglas goes 11.83 with a 2, 112 miles an hour. Mark Ferguson goes 12.68 with a 7 at 107. Next pairing up, Kevin McNichol brings the Titanium Auto Group Ken Specialty Auto, JBS Equipment, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Chevy Nova to face off against John Tabak and the Rad Toy Systems S10. And with Tabak and McNichol on the line, that means we have now rolled into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Quarter mile, McNichol clocks in a 10.06 with a 534 miles an hour. John Tabacco's 10.36 at 128. And you look back towards the water box here in West Voth. Gets set to bring his Pontiac Firebird out of 1983 for Acuma Machine Shop in his 14th year of drag racing competition. And good old Justin Bond finishing runner-up in this last weekend's Nationals event, racing the dragster. Bit of cleaning up going on down here at the starting line. As you can see, start line crews kind of looking everything over after that last pass. In particular looks like the left lane where McNichol just launched. Unless I sprinkle in a bit of gold dust down in John Tabak's lane as well, where we just saw that S10 take off as well. So a bit of cleanup in both lanes taking place as we make sure everything is in tip-top shape before we send our next pair of Rad Torque Systems Super Pro down, and now the gold dust being sprinkled down in the TCS lane as well. Well, by the sound of burnouts, you can tell that the track's been fixed up and we are ready to go back to qualifying action here in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Once again, Wes Voth brings up the Akuma Machine Shop Pontiac Firebird to race Justin Bond in the dragster. Bond looking for some good luck here in the NHRA Summit AT Series, finishing runner-up to Chris Thorne for Bahrain 1 Racing over in the Nationals. Just 1 week ago in Pro Modified for the Campy World Series. .005 on the tree for Bond, a 12th out light for Wes Voth, and Bond runs that through 7:05 on the 9, 181 miles an hour. Wes Voth goes 980 with the 9 to the 126. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod to the staging lanes, please. Hot Rod, we need you into the staging lanes. That is Hot Rod to the staging lanes. Tammy Peugeot takes the Rad Torque Systems dragster to a 771 at 168 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle goes 1092 at 125. Glenn Eagleton brings up the Corvette Specialties Chevy Corvette from 1969 as we've got start line crews swinging on out to take a check on the racetrack. Once again, that's Glenn Eagleton over in the Corvette. Over here, TCS side, Otto Schulte brings on the next gen here in Georgia Straight Line Collision. Rondex Cavalier over in that right lane. Now, this is a bit interesting here because Otto Schulte is typically a runner in Canada West Doorslammers. There's a few guys from the Doorslammers category looking to be running over here over in Super Pro this weekend. I'm seeing Brian Ritchie, Derek Shirk, both milling about in the staging lane, so I might be seeing them making hits as well. It's not uncommon to see them running, especially given the fact that this is, of course, the Doorslammers final this weekend, and only a 24-point gap between Peter Lacandas and Scott Robinson entering tonight's season finale for the Doorslammers. And you'd see our crews hard at work on the racetrack just past the 8th mile, about the 1,000 foot. And reports are possibly something flat on the track, and that means there's been a bit of a loss in traction compound. So that is the suspicion, at least. So you can see them taking a look up there, making sure everything is in fine working order. From the sounds of it, it's looking like everything is well and good. You can see the crew starting to return to their positions. So we'll get these cars fired up down here, and we'll be back to running in about a few seconds. Burnout's complete for Eagleton in the Corvette and Schulte in the Cavalier. Otto Schulte runs through, goes 754 with a 3 at 180 miles an hour. Glenn Eagleton only goes 1068 at 136. Which brings up our next pairing. Super Gas Corvette Roadster over here, TCS side. Brandon Hutchinson and Andy Hatton. And the Bubba Speed Shop Titanium Auto Group, Tabs Roofing, Velocity Chemicals, Chevy Camaro brings it up over in the right lane. Hutchinson takes off the top end, goes 826 with a no, 163 miles an hour. Hutchinson goes 963 with a 5 at 151. Bring up John DeYoung, racing Adam DeYoung's Camaro for Artex Racing to face off against Richard Love in the Reflection Guesthouse SS Motorsports S10. Whoa, getting a bit wobbly there for John DeYoung, having to pedal it down the quarter mile. He's going to keep his foot in it, though. And goes 850 with a 3, 152 miles an hour. Love was 1,000 red on the tree and follows that through with a 1053 with a 4 at 126. Next up, Irene Cocatello, racing Zach Liston Piston. Chevy Bel Air for Out of Wild Racing facing off against the Nova. Pair of dragsters coming on up now. Jeremy Soares of the Soares Transport Hot Shot dragster to race Jan Christensen in the Gringo dragster, I guess. Oh, and problems setting in for Jeremy Soares as he is off the throttle. Jan Christensen runs through on a 008 light with an 809 with a 7 at 142 miles an hour. And Soares lifted out of the throttle early at around the 330-foot mark. Stephen Robert takes the Evil Bucket Chevy Roadster to face off against Lorenz Schwartz, your king of the track at Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop Monte Carlo. And Brian Ritchie will take his Chevelle. Seen a lot of Doorslammer runners over here in Rat Torque Systems Super Pro. It's not something we're so used to seeing. Typically, the way it's operated is the Doorslammers are not allowed to multi-class like a lot of our other bracket racers are. But it looks like that restriction has, in fact, been lifted. There's a lot of Doorslammers making hits out, and why not? It's Wally weekend. May as well come in and try to get that extra prize for yourself. Ritchie runs an 8.11 with a 4 at 148 miles an hour to bring up Dustin Brewington to the Camaro against Derek Shirk in the war-torn beast Monte Carlo for Titanium Auto Group. Derek Shirk hightails it up towards the quarter mile, and he will run that through at a 7:72 at 174 miles an hour. Brewington will clock it eventually. 13:57 at 73 miles an hour. So Brewington having some sort of issue on the hitch. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Motorcycles, so 5 and 6. Motorcycles, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. With Mike Robinson on a 001 light, putting in a 911 with an 8 at 143 miles an hour. How about we bring up a Jeep? You wouldn't know it by looking at it, but that is indeed a Jeep. Calls that car Rapid Fire, does Roger Manson, sporting a V4 Pontiac motor underneath. The Jeep from 1942. And it doesn't look like that Jeep's going to be able to make a hit as Roger Manson being pushed back by the starting line crew. Well, it may not have a lot of speed, but it sure makes a lot of noise. Was way red on the tree, but goes 10-11 with a 9 at 126 miles an hour. We'll roll back into Sportsman for this Dodge Demon over here, TCS side. Running in the Sportsman category, missed the call on the initial run, so being allowed in between our Super Pro and Hot Rod qualifiers. Brandon Somerville will take that Dodge up the racetrack towards the quarter mile. And the Challenger puts in a 12:21 with a 5 at 113 miles an hour. So while we're waiting on Old Car Center Hot Rod qualifying to get underway, I want to make another announcement to all of our racers of the speed limit. On both the return road and in the pits, we have a speed limit, 10 miles an hour in the pits, especially in the pits and on the return road. That is once again a 10 mile an hour speed limit. We need to have you adhering to that, please, for safety reasons. So please, 10 miles an hour when you are in the pits or on the return road. Pete Legg brings up the Bel Air Wagon, a race Randy Hermsen in the Wing Behemoth Oldsmobile. Hermsen puts down a 13:33 at 104, while Pete Lego's 13:79 at 94. Bring up Roy Roman in the Roman Metalworks Trick or Treat Rambler to race Rob Hodgson in the Plymouth. Rob Hodgson puts in a 10.62 at the 424 miles an hour. Roy Rowan off the throttle at the top end and coasting. Only goes 15.92 at 44. Racing against John Sayer in the Frankenstein Speed and Customs Dodge Dart. He'll face off against Jody Wilson in the Wilson Racing Chevy Altered. With those massive Goodyears on the rear of that car. Expecting a hard launch. Oh, Jody Wilson getting close to the center line. Look out as he's losing the back end. Can he keep it together? He's just able to keep it off of the wall. What a save for Jody Wilson. Pops the laundry. Didn't hit a thing. Great save there from Jody Wilson. Had to pedal that altered to keep it in the groove. And a small pop of the chute and a bit of a heart to the throat will get Jody Wilson down to the top end. So, with that heart stopper at about the 8th mile up to 1,000 feet, safety crews are out checking the track, making sure everything is going to be in tip-top shape as, it doesn't get much closer than that. And I can tell you right now that Jody Wilson is likely in need of some new race trousers after that one. Takes a lot of skill, though, to be able to pedal a car like that underneath you and wrestle it back under control. And Wilson will, in the end, make a full hit with that, so that will count to his qualifying efforts. And I'm imagining we'll be looking for a better run when they return from their second qualifier. But, man, what a ride. On the starting line here, Darrell Tibby will take out the Chevy 2 to face off against Brody Shark of the Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, JS Power Sports, Chevrolet. And his crews are clearing the track. Looking like we'll get back to running here in just a few moments. Brody Shirk at the quarter mile goes 8:40 with a 5 at 160 miles an hour. Dale Tippett goes 10:63 with a 5 at 125. As we continue to work our way through Old Car Center Hot Rod qualifying, Jamie Wellwood takes out the Bantam Altered out of Maple Ridge from 1932, faces off against Ron Clark in the 1969 Chevelle. Carrying the front wheels for Wellwood. He's also out of the groove. He's going to keep it in, though. And an early pop of the chute as that car wanted to make a hard right-hand turn. Got out of the groove once, and he thought it was fine, but then it started to make another pull back to the right, just shy of 1,000 feet. And that will send him down to the quarter mile with an 8:68 at 110 miles an hour. Bill Halicki takes the Ron Jensen Machine Ranchero to face off against Brad Powell in the Nova. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Combo to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Monroe Sr. carrying the front wheels in the white knuckle racing B&N Hot Rods, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, rides paint on the Autobody Model A. He'll get there first way in front of Sylvia Hookson's Mustang. Monroe going in 892 with a 2, 148 miles an hour Lordco side. TCS side, Hookson's runs 1267 with a 1 at 105. Bring up Rick Hoekstra racing the Chevy to face off against Barry Patterson in the Coronet. Both these racers local to Mission, as they'll get set to hightail it down the racetrack. Patterson goes 987 with a 2 at 136. Hoekstra goes 1148 with a 9 at 116. How about now Jerry Brabender in the Chevy 2 for the California Hot Rod Reunion Championship champion from last year, racing Monroe Jr. now. DST Performance, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Rise Autobody Collision, 1969 Acadia. And at the quarter mile, Brabander gets there first with that 008 light. 10:51 with a 4, 124 miles an hour. Monroe goes 10:90 with a 4 at 123. Mark Bresiger will now bring the out-of-time Nova for Vinny Speed Shop up against Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon. Hunter well clear with the points lead over here in Hot Rod with the ability to lock out the championship this weekend. We're going to have to do one of two things when it comes to Matt Warner with those giant wheel stands. Make that one of three. We're either A, putting a wheelie bar on it, B, we're putting bricks into the front of the vehicle, or C, we're going to be looking to tell that car it is a car and not, in fact, an airplane, as he'll once again carry the front wheels until about the 60-foot, lands hard. He'll run that through the 1042 of the 6 at 126 miles an hour. Sean Langley up for more. And the Mach 1 Hustler running in 3 categories this weekend. As he will be one of the drivers to close out qualifying in Hot Rod for round number 1. And that brings up our last pairing here. Oh, I believe our second to last pairing. Rick Hoekstra and John Sayer are back for more. Now, John Sayer's already made a hit in Hot Rod and qualifying, but he was given a do-over because he had he thought the altered, when it had to swerve, would hit him, so he had to kind of swerve out of the way and go evasive, so he was allowed a secondary hit. So his second hit, one that will count, is at 11:79 with a 5 at 113 miles an hour. And Jim Bank and Chris Stone looking to be the pair that will lock out Old Car Center Hot Rod qualifying. .10:03 with an 8 to a 10:04 with no. 132 to 131 miles an hour will close out Old Car Center Hot Rod, which means we now roll into Mountain View Harley Davidson Motorcycles. Attention Doorslammers, attention Canada West Doorslammers. You have a driver's meeting at Marcy's Trailer now. That is once again your second reminder for that driver's meeting at Marcy's Trailer taking place right now. If you're running the Doorslammers, I'd get over there in a hurry. I don't know why I would want to keep Marcy waiting. Wild Bill will bring up the Wild Racing Kawasaki over here at TCS side. He'll face off against Daryl Storzak in the League Pro Suzuki. Of course, Daryl Storzak enters the championship here in this one. Second in points to Tom Turan, sitting back by my math here about 63 points. So it's a big gap for Storzak to reel in. But he still has 3 races to do so: today, tomorrow, and of course Saturday at the Mission Finals on the 22nd. Both bikes fired to the quarter mile. Wild Bill goes in with a 9:45 with a no 136 miles an hour. Daryl Storzak goes 9:47 at 122. That tells me Storzak may have been out of the throttle at the top end of the racetrack. Bring up Tom Turan in the Kraken for Daytona Motorsports. In his GSXR, facing off against Jody Brickwood in the Kawasaki Lordco side. See some final adjustments underway for Brickwood's bike as they try to get some life into that 1978 machine. Make that now a solo pass with Tom Turan taking the solo run. Tom Turan moves to the top end. He'll put in an 8:53 with a 5 at 156 miles an hour. And that brings up our next pairing, Al Lamont in the Thrifty Machine Shop. Kawasaki brings it up over here TCS side. Racing against Billy Aiken. Al Lamont has not had a season to write home about so far here in 2023 at the Titanium Strip. That said, he has missed about half the races, having been touring across tracks down in the States. So Lamont, looking like the 15-time track champion, is not going to be going for 16 here. In this one, it's going to be down between Storzak and Tom Turan. Wow, Oman carrying the front wheel that time by on a hard launch. For the 2007 Kawasaki, runs with a 9:11 with a 4 at 140 miles an hour. Billy Aiken goes 9:56 with a 7 at 122. Brings up Dieter Gerst in the Torque Twisters Racing Graceland Garage motorcycle out of Mission. Ooh, shaking up that back tire. Gersh trying to pedal through. And he will make a full pull here. Runs 11:04 with a 7 at 115. And it looks like Jody Brickwood will not be able to make a hit on this one. As you can see, the tractor is going out for some track prep, making sure that everything is in tip-top shape for the Super Combo qualifiers coming on up here in just a few minutes. So we'll be down for about 5 to 10. And when we return, we'll be hitting it up for the Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo first qualifier of the morning. If you're feeling peckish, Half Track Snack Shack is very much open. Currently serving breakfast for about the next hour or so. As well as that, you got the Pro Shop across the way where you can get all of your MRP apparel and some other sweet goodies on the inside. Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. Super shifters, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Super shifters to lanes 1 and 2. I see a Lordco Auto Parts back at the stage in lanes, and I see a lot of beautiful combo cars looking to make hits this time around, and among them, one Jerry Epp returning to the racetrack, and boy, it's a special day for Jerry Epp and that 1966 Mustang, as today do be his 77th birthday for Jerry Epp. So the Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo Series, wanting to wish Jerry Epp a very happy 77th birthday here on this September 9th on the afternoon. We're all going to make that call. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stand by, junior classes. Stand by, junior classes. So now to Street Thunder and Lightning, you are now all on standby. Vinci takes the BNC Racing Camaro to race against Dave Stobie in the 1956 Corvette. Both these racers looking to dial in on the 1090 Super Street Index. And the pair of Chevys at the top end will both clock in around the 1090 range. Vinci at 1091, Stobie at 1089. Bring up the birthday gentleman, Jerry Epp, in his 66 Ford Mustang to face off against Brandon Hutchinson in his Super Gas Corvette. Hutchinson about 0.2 under the Super Gas Index. Jerry Epp also about 0.3. Sorry, about 2 seconds over. Goes 11.16 on what should be a 1090 index. Glenn Ingleton takes the Corvette Specialties Corvette to race Martin Rochelle in the Malibu. Saw Ingleton making the run in Hot Rod earlier today. A 009 wide for Ingleton, so not a bad run for that Corvette. Rochelle trying to hightail after the Super Street Malibu. That brings up our next pairing of Mark Downing in the BDL Automotive Malibu and Dan Parsons in the Quality Racing Duster. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We're making another call for BC Super Shifters to the staging lanes. Super Shifters, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. That is Super Shifters to lanes 1 and 2. Five now separate this pairing on the tree. Down it was an 0-12, Parsons an 0-17. And at the quarter, Parsons clocks into 10.95 to Downing's 11.16. Brings up Warren Jacobson, the Super Combo points leader by a fairly hefty margin as well in the Chevy 2. Has the ability to lock out the Super Combo Championship here this weekend. Racing Al Quigley in the Rad Torque Systems Mustang. And with that pairing, it looks like Super Shifters will be wrapped up. And we'll get, Super Combo is wrapped up. We'll get set to roll now into BC Super Shifters. BC McLeod Super Shifters rolling into the water box. All four appendages in use. One leg and 1 foot on the throttle. One on the clutch. One hand on the shifter. One hand on the wheel. If there's a fifth appendage, well, I wouldn't be quite sure where to put it. I'd assume it would also be on the steering wheel, though, because 2 hands are better than 1 in that regard. If it's a leg, just keep it away from the brake pedal. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes. We need Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. That is Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, Junior Street to 3 and 4. Alf Weeb kind of off the throttle at the top end, brings up Andrew Weeb and the Austin. Now that car had one heck of a launch in Smoke, Fire, and Thunder a few weeks ago, to the point where it landed, it broke the axle. Hoping we don't get a repeat of that here today, as I'd imagine that was not a fun repair job. But it looks like it was a quick one, as that car's been turned around and it's back on the racetrack, showing that even the little cars have a bit of oomph underneath them. There we go. Wheelie bar actually doing its job this time around as Rich Graves and Andrew Weeb hightail down the racetrack. 11:34 with the 385 miles an hour, only getting the 6th out in front of Rich Graves, who went 11:57 at 118. Keith Winterbottom now brings up the Rags of Rich's Top Shop Chevrolet to race against John DePork. As we race to the quarter mile, it is a 9:71 with a 9, 139 miles an hour for Keith Winterbottom. John DePork goes 10:19 with a 5 at 131. Gene Kerner takes the giddy-up Mustang, as he calls it, over here in the TCS lane to race Scott Winterbottom in the Rags of Rich's Top Shop Chevy 2. Gene Kerner with a huge moment out of the gate. I'm pretty sure that car had 4 wheels off the ground at one point or another, with an absolutely monstrous launch from the Mustang. Landed hard and was able to keep it in the groove only just as Scott Winterbottom powers through to the top end. So with BC Super Shifters all wrapped up, we bring up Jacob Stilby. Licensing a 2022 GMC pickup. Looking to set himself up for a few licensing hits here in the Junior Street category before we will roll into Junior Street later on this afternoon. And while Jacob Stilby is on the racetrack, I get to talk about what has been quite possibly one of the most dominating performances we have seen in, I would estimate, decades probably, when it comes to Junior Street racing, as Jacob Stilby takes off towards the 8th mile mark. Tyler Smith this season has gone completely undefeated in both gamblers races and in points races. He holds the points lead, about 247 points clear of the championship. He has the ability to lock out that championship today if Tara Monroe, bringing it up over here TCS side, has a bad day in eliminations. Tyler Smith has broken the record for the most race wins in a row in the Peden Industries Junior Street category on a level of domination that is not seen very often. And at this point, it's looking very possible that he could lock out the entire season completely undefeated. There is at least a $100 bounty on Tyler Smith for the first driver that can knock him out of eliminations. That has been in play since before the summer. And today he is competing for another Wally in Junior Street. Tara Monroe brings it up to race Dallas Nassie. Honda versus Blazer. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your 30-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammers. 30-minute standby call. With Isaac Neary, Chloe, and Tyler Smith having wrapped out our Junior Street qualifier, we'll get set to roll into Junior Thunder. You start racing these small junior dragsters when you're as young as 5 years old. And a program like that has allowed for the field this year to absolutely flourish. We have had, I do not believe, a single repeat winner all season long. And it's been that in a lot of categories. It's been one of the most competitive years we have had. When you look down to the wins throughout the course of the season, Nick Douglas has very much locked out. We've only had 2 winners in sports with Sidney Jung and Nick Douglas. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, we have not had a repeat winner all season long. Dustin Brewington and Jan Christensen, the only 2 repeat winners in Super Pro. Hot Rod, Dustin Hunter has taken 2 wins. Other than that, no repeat winners. Junior Thunder, we have not had a single repeat winner all season long. Adam Katnick runs down an 889 with a 6 at 73 miles an hour. Now up comes Ashton Katnick. Entering the race here this weekend, Ashton Katnick and Connor Jackson are indeed tied for the points lead, both at 284. So Ashton Katnick going to be looking to break that points tie and maybe start to pull clear with the points lead over here in Junior Thunder. Although even if he does, he's still not going to be out of the woods because y'all's got a two-way tie between Jack Green and Bentley Johnson for the number 3 spot of the points, both at 273. So all in all, entering the race here in this one, the top 4 in points in Junior Thunder are separated by only 11. Which, when you can score upwards of 85 points in one race, that is nothing. It is going to be a dead heat title battle all the way into the mission finals. Cadence Rodrigue from Milron Truck Body, Color Compass, Ken Specialty Auto, Elite Belts, and Grandpa Joe going to be facing off against Jack Green for Bumper Stand. Jack Green, of course, entering the race here tonight as one of two drivers tied for third in points against Bentley Johnson. Rodrigo's 9:58 with a 9 at 67 miles an hour, while Jack Green at the 8th mile will go 13:9:33 at 44. Bring up Connor Jackson, the other driver, tied in that battle for the critical points lead. This time facing Jackson Dew and the JBS Equipment Mike Boss Jr. Dragster. Now rolled properly over into Peden Industries Junior Lightning. CL Gagnon having just gone quicker than Lincoln Shirk, running an 864. Oh, sorry, Shirk going quicker with the 795. I was only looking at the tenth of a second, not the actual second. CL Gagnon going 864 with Shirk 795. Nick Bond now brings it up for JBS Equipment to race Colton Morin. And the Total Dairy Solutions, Tire Plus, Waco Floor, and JBS Equipment, and Rex Cox, Mike Boss, Junior Dragster. Amadori Coos takes the B&D lift trucks, SRC, Shawnigan Excavating, Titanium Autograph, Straight Line Race Car Collisions, 2004 half scale dragster to face off against McKenna Thompson for JBS Equipment. So Jacob Stobie going for some licensing hits here in this one, as we already saw him up once at the end of our combo and shifter qualifiers, and he's going to be taking a second licensing hit now after we close things out in junior dragster qualifying for round number 1. Again, the points battles entering this weekend are about as tight as they can be, and Junior Thunder, I can't reiterate this enough. You enter this race tied not just for first, but also for third, and all of that with just 11 points among the top 4 runners, still without a repeat winner in 2023. Tyler Smith, of course, with the ability to lock out the Junior Street Championship today, as a matter of fact. If Tara Monroe has a bad first round of eliminations in her run. The Doorslammers separated by just 24 points entering this one. Peter Lacanis, 24 points clear of Scott Robinson, trying to see if he can hang on, with Paul Stretch hot on Robinson's heels for that second spot as well, only 2 points back. So the top 3 in Doorslammers this weekend separated by a total of 26. So I think with all of that, you take into consideration that you can gain 80-plus points in one race. There's almost nothing between a lot of these battles. It's getting down to it, and well, Jerry, it's been one of the most competitive seasons we've had in a very long time here at MRP. Many classes with only 1, maybe 2 repeat winners. It's been a phenomenal season.
Yeah, it's really back into the swing of things from we had some slow years there with COVID and everything else. But it's great to see everything operating back at full steam, and the competition really, really, really tight. That's always what we want to see. I mean, it's never much fun when somebody is running away. Well, let me rephrase that. It's fun for the person who's running away with the points, but it's not a whole lot of fun for everybody else. So it's great to see how close everything is. The competition is absolutely spectacular, so that's great. I'm really happy to see that, and as you say, it has been probably one of the most competitive years that we've seen in a long, long time.
Prep is currently underway for Canada West Doorslammers here, as we'll get set to go racing for first round qualifying, first of 4 with qualifiers at 11, 1, 3, and 5. This weekend, of course, is going to be big for the Doorslammers as this is their final points race. I believe they'll have one more cash bash race in the West Coast Outlaw Shootout, which will be in the from September 29th all the way up to October 1st. And that will be the one to wrap out the season after the Mission Finals in a couple of weeks as well.
Yeah, we're winding down for 2023. It always is a sad time. I mean, you start the year and it just flies by, event after event. And this year, Mission Raceway has been absolutely jam-packed with events, not just on the drag racing circuit, but on all of the other series that run here, as well as private events and activities. So it has been week after week of crazy activity. I'm sure that a lot of the staff are looking forward to having a little bit of downtime come the end of the racing season, because it has been pretty grueling for some of the staff.
Grueling for the racers as well. I mean, you look at Door Wars and Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, where the Doorslammers in particular are having record-sized fields this season. It has been something else entirely throughout the entirety of 2023. These guys have not been resting in the slightest all season long. It's just been go, 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 no matter what event it is.
Yeah, you mentioned the Doorslammers, and boy, absolutely, 40-plus cars on a race weekend. That is absolutely spectacular, and a credit to that whole series that they've been able to grow that car count to that degree. It is certainly quite amazing. The weekend sponsor, of course, for the Doorslammers is the Titanium Auto Group, with 2 locations, both located in Langley. Hey, attention in the pits. We're going to have Doorslammers. We need you to the lanes, please. Doorslammers, we're bringing you to the lanes. Bring them up 5 and 6, I believe, and overflow 3 and 4. So as I was saying about the Titanium Auto Group, the weekend sponsor for the Doorslammers, they are the Lower Mainland's leading pre-owned car dealership, offering nothing but the finest in pre-owned vehicles. Regardless of budget, Titanium provides you with a first-rate buying experience, and they deal in only the most exceptional pre-owned cars, trucks, minivans, and SUVs, because that is what their customers have come to expect. So we appreciate the Titanium Auto Group being the weekend sponsor for the Canada West Doorslammers, as well as all of the series sponsors, namely Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travelland RV, all the 2023 association sponsors. So we'll be having Canada West Doorslammers on track in just a few minutes. So here we are, September 9th. This is race number 11 on the Summit ET Racing Series. And we have completed one qualifying session in all classes except for Doorslammers, who are assembling in the staging lanes right now. And we'll be getting set for their first of four qualifiers here today, as they will go into eliminations tomorrow. And tomorrow is race number 12 in the Summit ET Series. So double header weekend, jam-packed with racing. We have, as I say, completed qualifying session number 1. We'll have completed the track preparation here momentarily and then go into the first qualifier for Canada West Doorslammers. And then there will be a brief license and test, and we'll go through the Summit ET Racing Series second qualifier following that. Had a note handed up here. All racers and race fans will probably have heard that we lost Ron Farmer last week. Ron, of course, joined the BC Custom Car Association in the early 50s, and he was instrumental in bringing drag racing to BC, starting at the Abbotsford Airport, and then working to raise money to build the old Mission Raceway. That goes back to 1965. And after a rather convoluted and complex bad deal with the government, there was a big fight on to relocate Mission Raceway after the old location was usurped. We finally, with his efforts and his leadership, we were able to get drag racing back onto the Lower Mainland here at this new location. MRP would not be the success it is if it weren't for the efforts of Ron Farmer and his team. So we certainly pass on our condolences and say rest in peace to a legend. Yeah, I know I always say this, but it probably is worth reminding everybody and newcomers to Mission Raceway. We are a left side racetrack, so make sure that when it comes time to putting your dial in on the car, make sure that you put it on the driver's side, the left-hand side, large and legible, so that we can see it up here in the tower and enter that information into the computer, and you will get the right handicap. So make sure that you are large and legible, left-hand side, for any car number and dial in. So the track preparation continues, and you see the sprayer at the top end having completed spraying both lanes as we get set for some fast racing action from the Canada West Doorslammer cars that are all in the staging lanes right now. Traction compound, of course, part of the complete package of track preparation. Not only is it scraped to remove excess rubber and even it out on the start line, make sure there's no bald patches, but make sure that there isn't a buildup of rubber, so that has been taken care of. The tractors have dragged the used slicks, providing a whole bunch of real rubber all the way down the racing surface. And I hear cars firing up, and I'm going to turn everything back over to Nolan, who will take us through this first qualifying session of Canada West Doorslammers.
Winter Harbor Marina Canada West Doorslammers this weekend sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. The Lower Mainland's leading pre-owned car dealership, offering nothing but the finest in pre-owned vehicles. Regardless of budget, Titanium provides you with a first-rate buying experience. Titanium deals in only the most exceptional pre-owned cars, trucks, minivans, SUVs, because that is what their customers have come to expect. Get approved now, whether you have good credit, bad credit, even ugly credit. You can find out more at titaniumautogroup.ca. Jason Field brings it up over here, TCS side, and the Ritchie Racing Engines Overkill Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle. He'll face off against Adam DeYoung of the Artex Racing Total Dairy Solutions Chevrolet Camaro. Last saw that car on a wild pass, courtesy of John DeYoung in Rat Torque Systems Super Pro. So Field and DeYoung will be the first pairing up here in Canada West Doorslammers, as we will begin our trip through the first of the final qualifying sessions of the Doorslammers season, at least for points racing. Whoa, Field getting some hang time in the Overkill Chevelle. That's not something Field's very used to seeing, and you could tell he was kind of on and off pedaling the throttle. Adam DeYoung runs through an 8:48 with a 156 miles an hour. Jason Field at 9:24, not good enough to make the field, but he's got 3 more hits, and I'm willing to bet the sudden wheels up launch out of the gate, showing that the track is really hooking up nicely. I think that may contribute to why we see that Overkill Chevelle down and out for now, but I'm sure he'll get things back sorted by the time we get to eliminations tomorrow. Howie Winkelhorst brings up the Bel Air. He'll face off against Otto Schulte, the number 5 in the points entering tonight. He's still cruising Associated Tire Next Gen here in Georgia Straight Line Collisions Cavalier, taking it up on the Lordco side. Both races hightail towards the quarter mile. Otto Schulte moves to the number 1 qualifying spot with a 7:46 with a 5 at 183 miles an hour. Howie Winkelhorst goes 8:27 to 160. I'm expecting, though, that Schulte's number 1 qualifying spot isn't going to stay there for too long, though, with Greg Field bringing the Jubilee RV, a Cuban Machine, Total Turbo, Lordco Auto Parts, Opel GT up in the TCS lane. Brian Ritchie, last saw him racing or qualifying in Super Pro earlier this afternoon, bringing the Ritchie Racing Engines Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle up over in the Lordco lane. Field's car capable of low 6-second passes, well over 210 miles an hour. Able to give many pro stock runners a good run for their money. You hear the turbo starting to spool up. And a good launch right out of the hitch, right down the center of the groove, and Greg Field puts down a 6:42 with a 222 miles an hour. Fires to the number 1 qualifying spot, and I'm expecting that's a time that is going to be nigh impossible for the rest of the Doorslammer field to match. Brian Ritchie ran a 7:94 at 170. Brings up Dave Warren in the Blue Max Bel Air to race against Paul Soares in the Soares Transportation Pontiac Grand Prix. Soares pre-stages up the Pontiac, just waiting on Warren. Warren testing the limits there as he was inching his car forward. Soares was 0-13 to the good on the tree. Quarter mile, Dave Warren goes 794 with an 868 miles an hour. While Paul Soares goes 8 seconds with a 5 at 170. Bring up the freeborns. Comox Valley and Bombcat and Excavating represented in both lanes. Chevy Camaro over here TCS side for Kathy Freeborn. A Mustang over in the Lordco lane for Poe. 598 big block Chevy motor, comparing to a Shelby 632 cubic inch machine over there in that right lane. Poe Freeborn bumped right through the beam, so he will not get a time on the first qualifying pass here in this one. Kathy Freeborn now will run through with an 8:51 at 160 miles an hour. This is why it's a good thing that there's more than one qualifying hit. Darren Buick will bring out the Evans Excavating Nova to race Ray Rusiani in the Dexy Paws Chevy 2. Rusiani way red on the tree as Darren Buick in hot pursuit. Rusiani goes 8:31 with the 564 miles an hour. Darren Buick 8:61 TCS side at 154. Long smoky burnout for Katnick over in that Lordco lane for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. Anthony Katnick will bring his Mustang Fox body up over here TCS side. can hear some of the nitrous being purged. So we get set to stage 2 more fast runners up. Two green lights, one a good bit better than the other. Tom Katnick will easily get there first. 7:54 with an 882 miles an hour. Anthony Katnick only goes 9:37 with a 1 at 143. Brad Powell brings up the 1967 Chevelle out of Linden, Washington. He'll face off against Grant Howell in the 1937 Chevrolet. Both racers pre-staged. As we run to the quarter mile, Grant Howell puts down a 7:76, 173 miles an hour. Powell goes 8:38 at 159. Mike Kenworthy will take it up next in the Illusion Motorsports Speedmart Firebird, and he'll face off against points leader Peter Lacanis entering this weekend for the Transporters Logistics Corvette. Lacanis needing to have a good qualifying effort, or at least a good elimination effort, to get himself into a good positioning over Scott Robinson if he wants to keep that 24-point gap alive. Can't forget about Paul Stretch, though, as our number 3 in points, also here this weekend. And the points battle very much still alive, as Kenworthy will go 007 red on the tree. Runs it through with an 8:43 with a 0 at 161. Peter Lacanis, meanwhile, going 8:55 with a 3 at 157. That brings up now Paul Stretch, sitting 2 points behind Robinson in the points championship for the number 2 spot in the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier. Your champion from 2022 as well, so trying to defend that title against Lacanis. Jan Christensen brings up the Gringo Nova. And we've seen that car in years past racing in the Super Pro category, but this season, that car has remained exclusively for Doorslammer competition, and Jan Christensen has been putting the dragster to good use, and in fact, the dragster was out making hits earlier today as well in Super Pro qualifying, expecting it to make more hits before the end of the night. Paul Stretch right down Farmer Lane. He'll go in with 7:29 with an 8 at 188 miles an hour. Jan Christensen goes 8:62 at 156. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. License and test passes to lanes 5 and 6. That is once again license and test passes to lanes 5 and 6. And speaking of your points battle, here is Scott Robinson, the number 2 qualifier. Facing off against Mark Thompson. Postma Farms, Rat Torch Systems, Titanium Auto Group, AccuCut Lasers, and JS Power Sports, represented by the Beretta over here at TCS side. Marvel Racing and Vernon Recreational Products, represented over in the Lordco side. And Robinson taking liberties with the starting tree on that one as Mark Thompson runs down a 757 at 182 miles an hour. Robinson goes 770 with a 6 at 177. 2 thou on the tree. That last time by from Mark Thompson. Lane Woolley brings out the Marcus Family Bucky's Mini Excavating Duster. And this time we'll race Terry Langdon Davies. And the Langdon Davies Concrete 1941 Willys out of Yarrow. As TLD goes 009 red on the tree. Woolley puts down a 767 with a 1 at 175 miles an hour. Langdon Davies only good enough for an 8106 at 165. How about Henry Zacharias? Back for more in the Zacharias Inventory Limited Corvette, racing Roger Winter in that Tap to Drain 1941 Willys, sporting the massive rear wing. Zacharias and Winter bumping their way steadily forward towards the pre-stage bulbs. Henry Zacharias goes 785 with a 6 at 179 miles an hour. Roger Winter goes 829 with a 1 at 160. Bring up John DeYoung to race Jay Siverson, the Artex Racing Total Dairy Solutions Camaro. This is quite possibly one of the only cars that could even come close to matching the 642 at 222 miles an hour that Greg Field put down to put himself into the #1 qualifying spot early. So I believe DeYoung's car, one of only about 3 or 4 in the whole category that's capable of exceeding that 200 mile an hour barrier. And of course, Jay Siverson will take up the JS Power Sports Cancel to try to lock things away for himself and lock himself onto the ladder as well. And Jay Siverson breaks on the line immediately after leaving John DeYoung. 670 with a 2 at 206 miles an hour. So with Siverson busted on the starting line, that's going to wrap up Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers for qualifier #1. And, well, Jerry, as much as you know I love to stick around for all of these big events, duties require me to be elsewhere.
Yeah, you got another racing project on your agenda today, so you got to go take care of that. Hopefully that'll work out all right.
Fingers crossed. It could be a meeting that takes 30 minutes, could be 3 hours. We'll see.
Well, there you go. Okay, well, thanks, Nolan. That is round or qualifier #1 for Canada West Doorslammers in the books, and they will be back in about 2 hours' time. So we can look forward to having their second. They're having 4 qualifiers here today, and they're Eliminations will take place tomorrow, and that will be during race number 12 of the Summit ET Race Series. So today is number 11, and we are getting set to go into some test and licensing runs. Opportunity for those in the on the property who are in that category. So you should be in lanes 5 and 6, license and test. Well, at this time of year, a lot of racers getting cars ready for next year. So getting some licensing runs in is the first step. Licensing with the NHRA is, in a general sense, basically what is required once the car has been teched. And this is true for almost all of the racing categories. You can expect to have about 6 passes on a license series. The first 2 will be just hits off the start line, and then the next 2 runs will be to half track, and then the final 2 runs will be under full power, the full 1/8 mile or quarter mile, whatever it is that your class runs, and that will have to be witnessed by licensed individuals in your category, and it will have to be within a certain time of the category. So the license gets signed off if everybody thinks that you're ready to go. So that's basically what happens. So we may see some of those licensing runs here later on as we are just doing a little bit of a track prep again, a little bit of rubbing, and then we're going to be going into Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, and then we'll have Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, Old Car Center Hot Rod, Mountain View HD Motorcycle, and then Super Combo, Super Shifters will slide in there before we go through the Peden Industries Junior program. So that's the lineup here for this qualifying session, but we start with any license and test runs. You have been called to lanes 5 and 6. So I'm not sure if we have some cars there, but they will be next. Well, I see a dragster in the staging lanes right now. So that will be coming up. So the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series is a long-standing series contested across North America. It is the world's largest motorsports program, upwards of 80,000 racers in competition in any given year. It's a bracket racing format, which many of you race fans will know all about. That allows drivers in all sorts of vehicles, whether that be a dragster, a roadster, or sedan, coupes, motorcycles, you name it. Everybody competes on an equal basis against each other because of the handicap system. Slower car or truck, slower vehicle gets the green light first. The theory being, if both racers have a perfect reaction time, which is trip zip, 0.000, if both drivers have a perfect reaction time and both drivers run exactly what they have dialed to the 10,000s, they will be tied at the top end. That's how the reaction time handicap system works. So, of course, having a perfect reaction time for both drivers and having a perfect dial-in, well, that doesn't happen all too often, so there's lots of variables that come into play. And, of course, you can break out if you run too quick. So participating NHRA member tracks right across North America like Mission Raceway, regularly host events like this, upwards of 15 events in the course of a year for racers to collect points. And at the end of the season, each track selects a team of racers from among its top points finishers. They represent the track like they did at Woodburn. And then the division champions in Super Pro, Pro, Sportsman, and Motorcycle receive division champions trophy, jacket, and cash, and they advance to the series championship, which, as I was told by John Sayer, that it is in Las Vegas. I was always saying Pomona, but that was changed a number of years ago. My bad. Thanks, John. And while competing there, they will receive travel money, competing for cash, national championship trophy, jacket, contingency awards, and all sorts of good stuff like that. So they will be coming up to the line here very, very shortly for their second of two qualifiers before going into competition sometime shortly after that. Hey, we're in for quite a treat, race fans. This is pretty spectacular as Sean Cowie is on the property here. Of course, if you follow the NHRA racing series, all the national events, Sean is a regular runner on the alcohol dragster category and has certainly been one of the top runners, one of the few racers who has ventured into the teens, actually. When they ran alcohol dragsters here for the divisional some years ago, he and Kim Parker both were in the teens. So it is a real treat for us to have Sean here doing a little bit of testing. That's what the tech card says. Out here testing. So I want to welcome Sean Cowie and the team. Look forward to seeing what kind of a run. Now, because it's testing, there could be any number of ways that they'll handle it. Not necessarily a full pass, but they could. So let's see what happens here. Alcohol dragster. Yeah, that's one of the things that Sean Cowie is famous for everywhere he races, and that is those long, high-revving burnouts. It's funny to me how Alan Reinhart always makes a point of talking about how Sean Cowie is sort of in a world of his own when it comes to burnouts like that. High revving and long. So let's see how Sean does here on this just a testing checkout pass. Very nice. Shuts it off a little bit early. Goes 5:56, 181 miles an hour at the quarter-mile stripe. You can tell, shutting it off a little early. The chutes come out. Runs 5:56, 181 miles an hour. So, nice checkout pass for Sean Cowie. So a few more test runs in the staging lanes right now. Certainly encourage everyone who's on the property, race fans, to head into the pits and check out all of the cars that are here this weekend. Have the unique experience of taking a look at Sean Cowie's top alcohol dragster as they do their what would normally be between round maintenance, but also the Canada West Doorslammers. Check out all the maintenance that has to happen between their qualifying rounds. It is quite something. So Justin Bond as well on the property, taking a weekend off from the racing of the Pro Mods. And in that dragster is Brittany Bond. Hey, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you to the lanes. Bring them up. Pro Bracket. So Brittany, having earned her competition license some weeks back, here on the line, getting some start line instruction from Justin. Brittany doing a couple of checkout runs here through the day. So getting a little out of shape at the hit. Sliding over to the left-hand side of the groove and getting off the gas. Coasting through the 1248 at 58 miles an hour. So the race car not able to hold itself on the line and left before the tree was activated and will not get any incremental times. The orange blocks that you see along the quarter mile, those are there to bounce back infrared beams at the various incremental times. 60-foot, 330-foot, 8th mile, ET and mile per hour, and 1,000-foot and quarter mile per hour and ET. All that incremental information helps the different race cars and race teams prepare and tune. So that incremental information is valuable. They will pick up some information from the car's computer itself if it has an onboard data recorder, but they do rely on comparing that with the information that's on their ET slip. Sitting underneath the bridge right now, that's Rob Phippen from Mission and his alcohol burning dragster. Rob goes through the burnout process, taking a somewhat different approach than Sean Cowie. Shutting it off early, Rob goes 781 at 114 miles an hour. So a junior street licensing pass here, and that is to the 8th mile junior street category with two in the cockpit. It's the only NHRA race category where you have two people in the cockpit. One is an individual with the driver's license and insurance for the vehicle, and the driver under the age of 17 with the competition license. So Peden Industries Junior Street, Junior Thunder, and Junior Lightning. I want to thank all the good folks at Peden Industries for providing sponsorship all year for the junior program. We'll talk more about them as they come to the line, but here we go. Kickoff qualifying session number 2 for Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket as Joel Smith and Rob Monroe Jr. are the first pair heading down track. And as I say, this is qualifying session number 2. It's a 10:35 for Joel, and Rob goes 10:68 in his 69 Acadian on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Next up, Aiden Katnick, who's moved up from junior dragsters, is in that 2020 GT 500. Here on the tower side, Daryl Tippy's in the other lane, 62 Chevy 2 for Daryl. Aiden sponsored by, of course, TK Performance and Lordco. It's a great reaction time. You can see their reaction times of the drivers on the reader board as they head down track. That, of course, does not show up when it comes time for eliminations, but 008 is a really stellar reaction time for the Mustang that ran at 1070, 131 miles an hour. 1067 for the Chevy 2, 124 miles an hour. As Steve Baskerville now and Ryan Ledrette roll up. Ryan's in the 71 Chevelle here on the tower side. Steve's in that 2016 Golf. Never mind the red light for Steve. That is fine for qualifying. Ryan goes 12:33. The Golf goes 11:66. Here comes Sean Langley now and Cassie Tippy. Cassie's in the 65 Nova wagon. And Sean Langley's in the Mach 1. They're pre-staged. Roll forward. Break the stage beams. The tree comes down. Sean's Mustang, he calls it the Hustler. Pacific Raceway Sportsman track champion. And it's Cassie there with an 11:53 at 116 miles an hour. 11:99 for the Mach 1 at 112 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Veronica Hodgson and Eric Stone. Eric Stone's in the white 65 Chevy. Veronica, 69 Dodge Dart. Veronica, the 2019 King of the Track. 2017 Sportsman champion. And Eric's got a happy birthday shout out to crew chief Margaret. So Eric breaks the beams with a 10.20 at 131 miles an hour. 12:49 for Veronica. In the other lane, 108 miles an hour, the Lordco side of the racetrack. As we are in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. And that means Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, you're on standby. We'll be calling you shortly. Sportsman will be calling you shortly. As Dustin Brewington runs a 10:30, Loren Schwartz 10:15. Lorenz was driving the white Monte Carlo and Dustin the 99 Camaro. Here comes John Tabak now and Rich Dyes. John Tabak's in the 1989 S10, sponsored by Rad Torque. Rich Dyes, Transporter Logistics. Black Nova completes the burnout, rolls up to the pre-stage and stage beams. John Tabak does the same. John from Maple Ridge. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman, we said we were going to call you. Now we are. Sportsman to the lanes. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. We'll bring you up to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. So John Tabak goes 10:48, 127 miles an hour. And Rich Dyes, 11:28 on that second qualifier, 117 miles an hour. Robert Zylock and Ralph Ehlers. Robert driving that 2009 Dodge Challenger out of Blaine, Washington. And Ralph Ehlers in that 1991 Ford Mustang. $10.91 for the Mustang as the Challenger goes 11:57 at 118 miles an hour. The speed for the Mustang 123 miles an hour. Here comes Chris Stone now and Del Northgraves. Chris Stone's Tower Side, sponsored by, of course, Willowbrook Chrysler. Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart. And in the other lane, Del driving that 414 small block Chevy powered Nova. Goes 10.50, 126 miles an hour. Chris Stone, 10.05 at 130 miles an hour. Great reaction time, 008. As Richard Love and Ross Walker roll up next. Ross driving the gray Chevy 2, 1966 vintage. And Richard Love's in the 89 S10. Probably one of the most popular pickup styles in bracket racing these days, that S10. Very popular, easy to modify, easy to track down, and not overly expensive to maintain. Ross Walker goes 10.03 at 132 miles an hour. 10.57 for Richard Love at 126 miles an hour. Over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, that's Katie Shirk, 86 Jimmy, sponsored by Titanium Racing Group, JS Power Sports, Fat Black Enterprises, and Rad Torque Systems. Over here, Tower side, that is Ron Walsh in his 1980 Chevy Camaro. Staging ever so carefully. Want to be as shallow as possible. The deeper you go, the more it hurts your elapsed time. Wheels up on the Camaro. TCS lane goes 10.07 at 133 miles an hour, and Katie Shirk goes 11.42 at 116 miles per hour. As Dustin Hunter and Stuart Town roll up. Stuart's out of Summerland, 1977 Astra. And Dustin in the 64 Ford Falcon. So Dustin will get there with a 9.08 at 147 miles an hour, and it's a 12.20. In the other lane, 113 miles an hour. Next pair coming up here in Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying session number 2. It's going to be Craig Johnson and David Rastad. Rastad's driving the 1980 Malibu. Ken's Custom Auto Machine sponsored over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Johnson's Custom Exhaust sponsoring Craig Johnson out of Langley here on the Tower side. So Craig Johnson having a pretty solid reaction time there, 009. And he stops the clocks at 11:60 at 113 miles an hour, but great reaction time, 009, 11:60. In the other lane, David Rastad goes 11:92 at 108 miles per hour. As we bring up Mal Patterson in his malfunction 68 Pontiac Acadian. That's the orange car on the tower side. Nick Douglas driving the Dodge Dart over on the spectator side. Sportsman track champion 2 times at Pacific Raceway, sponsored by SBB Racing. Mal Patterson's sponsor includes Albion Tireland. Wheels up launch for Mal Patterson as he takes that Acadian down track. Douglas turns on the red light, but again, qualifying, that's okay. 10:06, 132 miles an hour for Patterson, and 11:89 at 111 miles an hour for Nick Douglas. Hey, attention in the pits. We are calling Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Bring them up. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Bring them up. Lanes 5 and 6. As Kai Jessamine and Rob Getz roll up into the stage beams here as we continue now in Sportsman. Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman is the category. And this is qualifying session number 2 as we work our way through the categories. Kai Jessamine driving the Blazer. Well, it's not really a Blazer, is it? It's a pickup truck. And Mustang in the other lane, Rob Getz. Pickup truck goes 14 flat at 97 miles an hour, and the Mustang 15.30, 90 miles an hour. And here comes Randy Hermson and Steve Baskerville again. Steve double classing in his 2016 VW Golf 2-liter turbo. He'll be reaching the finish line ahead of Randy Hermson's 58 Oldsmobile. Goes 11.66 at 114 miles an hour. And Randy goes 13.44 at 103 miles per hour. As Krista Loudit and Brendan Piscatchik finish their burnouts and roll forward. Brendan in the Mustang here on the tower side out of Burnaby. It's a 1990 Ford Mustang. And Krista out of Maple Ridge in the 1990 GMC Jimmy. $13.23 is the time for Brendan in the Mustang, 100 miles an hour, and 13.50 for the Jimmy at 96 miles an hour. And here comes Tyler Dobson and Christy Tippy. Kirsty in the Camaro, Tyler in the Camaro. Yeah, that's right. Tyler tower side, Kirsty over on the spectator side. So 1183 at 116 miles an hour for Tyler. Kirsty not getting a time, leaving too soon. On the Christmas tree, Scott Wilson now and Jeff Homan. Chevy wagon belongs to Scott Wilson out of Ladner. He's on the tower side, the TCS lane. And Jeff in the 1970 GMC pickup. It's a 12:33 at 109 miles an hour for Scott. Jeff goes 12:62 at 104 miles an hour. Brandon Somerville, Campbell River, in the 2017 Challenger here at Tower Side. Mustang, Sean Langley. Lyndon, Washington. 11:93 is the time for Sean. 112 miles an hour. And it is a 12:16 for the Challenger. 113 miles an hour. Mike turns green, and that sends Ryan Ledrette and Colin Moore down track. Moore in the 63 Fairlane, the white Fairlane Tower side. It's the Chevelle that gets there first with a 12:36 at 106 miles an hour. As we continue in Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman. Here comes Dave Jung and Sylvia Hoogstens. Dave taking over the driving chores that of his daughter, Sydney, who usually races that car. So Dave Jung in the 81 Chevy Malibu here Tower side, and Sylvia in the blue Mustang. $12.09 for Dave, 107 miles an hour. $12.74 to 105 miles an hour for Sylvia. As Jim Mantle brings his 77 Pacer to the line. 258 cubic inches of American Motors horsepower underneath the hood of that Pacer. And Kevin McCauley in the black 83 Cutlass. It's not always the quickest vehicle that makes it through rounds, but you want to be consistent. And Kevin McCauley goes 11.99 at 112 miles an hour, and Mantle 14.63 in the Pacer, 89 miles an hour. Here comes Gary Fawcett now. Sean Voss in the other lane in the station wagon from Pitt Meadows. Fawcett from Burnaby in the gray 66 Plymouth. $14.26 for Fawcett, 95 miles an hour, and $17.19 for the wagon, 78 miles an hour. As Nick Douglas and Grant Gordon roll up into the beams now. Grant Gordon from Surrey. Nick Douglas from Washington State. Nick's in the Dart. And Grant's in the Dart. 68 Dart here, Tower side. 69 Dodge Dart over on the spectator side. So Alex Stobie from Abbotsford heading down track on the TCS side against Elizabeth Stobie in the other lane. Alex goes 13.75 at 98 miles an hour and 14.87 for Elizabeth at 92 miles an hour. Once again, just make a call. Old Car Center Hot Rod, you're on standby, all right? Old Car Center Hot Rod, you're on standby, as we'll be starting with Rad Torque Systems Super Pro very shortly. All right, we head into the Super Pro category now. Super Pro, of course, all electronics are accepted. Race cars running anywhere from 7 seconds, as quick as 7 seconds, to 11.99. So they'll be coming around. We'll see dragsters, door cars, and all sorts of things in the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro qualifying session number 2. So we have some interesting seat changes through the course of the day, and we'll try and keep you abreast of all that in Adam DeYoung's car, but in the Super Pro category. That is Dad John DeYoung racing that 67 Camaro. And in the other lane in the dragster, that is Justin Bond. Normally found behind the wheel of a Pro Mod. When he's home, he's racing the dragster. Hey, attention in the pits. Old Car Center Hot Rod. We need you to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Old Car Center Hot Rod. So Justin Bond heading down track. John DeYoung in the Camaro. Justin in the dragster goes 7:07. He can go as quick as 7 flat. He goes 7:07 at 185 miles an hour, and 8:58 for John at 155 miles an hour, just a little bit slower. That used to be his race car before Adam graduated to the full-size car, and John went into the blower Camaro, and now he's got seat time back in the 67 Camaro. As Mike Robinson and Craig Johnson get set here. Mike Robinson in the Ford Roadster 27T from Chilliwack. Mike Robinson repainting the car for this year. It was a blue for many, many years. Not too outstanding blue, but I gotta say, I love this new red and black. That is absolutely spectacular. Craig Johnson in the Oldsmobile Cutlass. And it's the Roadster that gets there first with a 913. 913 at 143 miles an hour. Craig Johnson goes 11:56 at 113 miles an hour. Wes Vath in the Pontiac Firebird, the white Firebird over on the spectator side of the racetrack. And Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington in the black Camaro here on the tower side. Once again, we've made the call for Hot Rod to the lanes. Hot Rod, bring him up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Wes Vath goes 9:56. 140 miles an hour, 10:27 for Dustin at 128 as Brian Ritchie and Glenn Eagleton get set for their matchup. And you're saying, wait a second, Brian Ritchie races in the Doorslammers series. Turns out for this weekend, rules have been relaxed slightly, and some of the door cars we will be seeing in Super Pro. Much like John DeYoung racing his son's Camaro. So Brian Ritchie in the black Chevelle up against the Corvette of Glenn Eagleton. Ritchie goes 8:24 at 159 miles an hour, and Glenn 1091. 1091, that is normally an index car in the 1090s, so running a 1091 is what you'd expect for Glenn Eagleton at 135 miles an hour. Sponsored by Rad Torque, that is Tammy Peugeot in the dragster. In the other lane, Martin Rochelle, 1978 Chevy. Dragster stops the clocks at 7:69, 172 miles an hour. And Martin Rochelle goes 10:88, 125, as Derek Shirk and Andy Hatton. Up next, Hatton, sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, Taves Roofing, and Velocity Chemicals. That is the Grinch. Just take a look at the hood. You can see the Grinch in all his glory. Andy Hatton over on the spectator side. Derek Shirk over here in the 55 Chevy. Carrying the battle scars of an earlier encounter with the racing surface. So the 55 runs a 775 at 174 miles an hour. 824 for Andy Hatton's Camaro, 163 miles an hour. As Kevin McNichol and Brandon Hutchinson roll up. Brandon driving the Corvette Roadster that would normally run in the Super Gas category. Here today, running in Super Pro. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Kevin McNichols in the red 67 Chevy 2. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Ken's Specialty Auto, and JBS, and Gibson's Racing Transmissions. He runs a 1009, 133 miles an hour in the Nova. And Brandon goes 981 in the Gasser, 150 miles an hour. Here's another one of those Doorslammer cars, double classing today. So Otto Schulte heading down track with a 755 at 181 miles an hour. John Jenkins in the other lane. Up next is Jan Christensen. Not in the door car this time. He is in the dragster, and John Tabak is in the S10 pickup. So the dragster gets there with a 798 at 167 miles an hour, and the pickup 1044, 127 miles an hour as burnout is complete for Jeremy Soares. And such is the case with Zach Liston now in his 55 Chevy. Auto Wallet Racing, he calls it. Hey, attention in the pits, motorcycle. We're calling motorcycle. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6, as Jeremy Soares and Zach Liston head down track. Dragster goes 734, 181 miles an hour, 824 for the 55 at 163 miles an hour. Irene Cocatello and Richard Love now. Richard Love driving the Chevy S10 out of a Soyuz. Here on the tower side, Irene out of White Rock, 63 Nova. So 10:58 for Richard Love. Irene goes 10:49. Richard goes 125 miles an hour in the pickup. Irene in the Nova, 10:49 at 127 miles an hour. Stephen Robert and Steve McKenzie come up next. Stephen driving the 34 Chevy Roadster. Steve McKenzie in the Cavalier. As we continue in Rad Torque System Super Pro qualifying session number 2. Next time we see these racers, it will be in eliminations as Steve McKenzie goes 883, 154 miles an hour, 893 for the Roadster at 146 miles an hour. And odd number of cars in the category, so Loren Schwartz will close out this Super Pro qualifying session. Loren's in the 83 Monte Carlo. And a great reaction time, 0:05 on the tree. Runs a 10:12 at 132 miles an hour. And that's going to complete qualifying session number 2 for Rad Torque System Super Pro. We've got Old Car Center Hot Rod in the staging lanes, and we have called Motorcycle 2, 5, and 6. So with Motorcycle coming into the lanes, we're going to put Super Combo and Super Shifters on standby. Super Combo, Super Shifters, you are on standby. So the hot rod category this weekend, presented as all year by the Old Car Center. Hot rod, you got to run 750 and slower. All vehicles have to be 1969 and older, and no electronics accepted. That is the general rule, and that gives us the hot rod category. Brody Shirk completes the burnout alongside Rob Monroe, as this is their second hit at the track today. In this, the Summit ET race number 11. Brody Shirk, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group in the 67 Chevy 2. Vancouver Car Wraps and JS Power Sports. Rob Monroe in the other lane, Junior, 69 Acadian, sponsored by Gibson's Racing Transmission, SD Performance, and Horizons Auto Body. So Brody Shirk goes 851, 158 miles an hour on that pass. 1070 in the other lane for Rob Monroe, 122 miles an hour. Daryl Chippy now and Dustin Hunter. Daryl Chippy in the Chevy 2 here, tower side. And Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon in the other lane out of Chilliwack. Daryl out of Surrey. Falcon gets there with a 9:05. 9:05 at 147 miles an hour. 10:66 for Darrell. 10:66 at 125 miles an hour. Barry Patterson now and Roy Roman. Roy in the American Motors Rambler from North Van. That's the orange and black car over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Barry Patterson in his black Coronet goes 985, 137 miles an hour. The Rambler, 1182, 84 miles an hour. As we continue in Old Car Center Hot Rod, Rob Hodgson in the 67 Plymouth and Randy Hermson in the 58 Oldsmobile. Of course, everybody qualifying on a heads-up tree. Come elimination time, handicaps will come into play based on the dial-in on the window. 1068 for Rob Hodgson, 123 miles an hour. 1348 at 103 miles an hour for Randy Hermson. The winged behemoth, he calls that 58 Olds, all 3,850 pounds of it. Wow. Here comes Matt Warner. Lifting the front wheels it has become commonplace for the Sumas Washington runner. Matt Warner here on the tower side. Real high wheel stands up against Pete Legg in the 56 Chevy wagon in the other lane. Right on the bumper. It's Matt Warner. Lands it down and will get through the top end with a 1046 at 125 miles an hour. Pete Legg in the Chevy wagon. 1380 at 88 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super combo, super combo. We're calling you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super combo. Bring them up to the lanes 3 and 4, super combo. And super shifters, you're still on standby. Rick Hextra and Terry Charles. Charles takes the 56 Chevy, 1029, 127 miles an hour. And the 49 Chevy, 116 miles an hour, stops the clocks at an 11:42. So Jerry Brabander goes 1053 at 124 miles an hour. The pickup over here, tower side, 999 at 134. As Chris Stone rolls up against Bill Halecki. Chris Stone in the 68 Dodge Dart. Bill Halecki in the 65 Ranchero. 427 cubic inches of Ford power under the hood of that Ranchero. It's Chris Stone that will stop the clocks first. 10:06, 130 miles an hour against a 10.75 at 125 miles an hour. Rob Monroe Sr. over on the spectator side. And Brad Powell in his other car, the 67 Nova from Lyndon, Washington. Bob Monroe Sr. in that 31 Ford, managing to keep the wheels reasonably decent on launch. Goes 891 at 148 miles an hour. As Brad Powell goes 1017. 1017 at 131 miles an hour. And this looks like Luke below. Hey, attention in the pit, Super Combo. Super Combo, we've called you to the lane. Super Combo, lanes 3 and 4. Super Combo, lanes 3 and 4. Bring them up. Sylvia Hoogston, Mark Brenzinger next up on the line. Mark Brenzinger in his 64 Nova that he calls out of time. And Sylvia Hoogston in the 66 Ford Mustang here on the tower side. So Mark Brenzinger goes 957, 139 miles an hour, 1286 at 105 miles an hour for Sylvia. Hey, attention in the pits, Super Combo. Once again, we're calling you Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4. Super Combo 3 and 4, and Super Shifters. We're going to call you up now, 5 and 6. Super Shifters, lanes 5 and 6. Bring them up. So we are about halfway through the second qualifying session here for this Summit ET race number 11. And we have got motorcycles under the bridge. We have called Super Combo and Super Shifters to the staging lanes. And that means Peden Industries Junior Street categories, you're all on standby. So Junior Dragsters, Junior Street, you are all on standby. Always take the time to mention that if you are in an area of the pits where the public address system is not as clear as it needs to be for you, you can dial us in, 92.7 on the FM band, 92.7 on the FM band, and you can play it as loud as you like, but that becomes your call. Here we go with motorcycle. Mountain View HD Motorcycle. That's right, Mountain View Harley-Davidson sponsoring the category of motorcycle here in 2023. And we start off with Daryl Storzik, sponsored by Leak Pro, the world leader in automotive water and air leaks and wind noise repair. Daryl over here on the So Billy Aiken over here, tower side. It's Storzik over on the Lordco side, on the Suzuki. Aiken in the Kawasaki. Wow, Daryl Storzik getting way outside the groove, close to the center line, and has to pull it right back into the groove, and that's going to affect his time. 9:33 he runs. Billy, 11:06 at 110 miles an hour. Wild Bill now on his 71 Kawasaki. Here, tower side. Wild Racing, it's called. And Tom Tarand from Maple Ridge on the Kraken. Sponsored by Daytona Motorsports on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Wow, lifting the front wheel pretty high, Tom. That is quite something. Had to get off the throttle and let it settle down a little bit. But he manages to run an 8.70, 156 miles an hour. Once that got all sorted, Wild Bill goes 9:36. 9:36 at 138 miles an hour. So perennial motorcycle track champion Al Omond rolls up in his 2007 Kawasaki, sponsored by Thrifty's Machine Shop. So Al Owen heading down track and stops the clocks at 9:13, 142 miles an hour for Al. Has two more motorcycles rolling up. Well, looks like one. Nope. My eyes went blind for just a second. So here on the tower side, sponsored by Torque Twisters Racing and Graceland Garage, that is Dieter Gersh from Mission. And in the other lane, Jody Brickwood from Surrey in his 78 Kawasaki, green and black motorcycle on the Lordco side of the racetrack. So Brickwood, Lordco side, Gersh, TCS side. Losing fire on the launch is Dieter Gersh. Jody runs it through to a 966, 137 miles an hour. So Dieter having problems at the hit, the bike losing fire. So
this is just one pairing. It just prints it twice, so that's one of your runs.
crew will get out there and sort that out. Once again, we have called Super Combo to 3 and 4 and Super Shifters 5 and 6, please. So Jamie Wellwood in his 32 Bantam, just filling out the field in Hot Rod. Missed the second qualifying session, so we were able to squeeze him into the program here just to get his second run of the day. So he runs an 8:11, 161 miles an hour. So Super Combo now is the category. Super Combo. Sponsored by Lordco. This is an index class, 890, 990, and 1090. So everybody will be working on one of those indexes run by an independent group. The two cars on the start line. We got Jerry Epp in the Ford Mustang, Las Vegas Nationals winner, Division 6 winner. And that Mustang is what's called Super Street, and that's a 1090 index. Whereas the Corvette over here of Brandon Hutchison, that is in the Super Gas category. So that is a 990. So they would work on a handicap system based on the index and then try and run as close as possible. Brandon, great reaction time, but both of them on the red side. Hey, tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Peden Industries. Juniors, we need you to the lanes. Thunder to 1. Lightning to 2. And Junior Street, 3 and 4. So, juniors, we need you to the lanes. This is your call for your second session. So, Dave Stobie in the Corvette and Brad Vingy in the Camaro. You see the throttle stops in action as they head down track. The idea being to be at that. Well, Dave Stobie had a perfect reaction time. Perfect reaction time. Trip, zip. Goes 1088, 122 miles an hour. Brad Vinci, 1086, 149 miles an hour, as Martin Rochelle and Glenn Eagleton, 2 1090 runners, have their qualifier. So 1091 for Glenn Eagleton at 135 miles an hour, and 1091.5 for Martin Rochelle at 125 miles an hour. Warren Jacobson now, and Dan Parsons. Parsons in the 1970 Duster, emblazoned with quality racing on the door panel. Warren Jacobson going for a much cleaner look. 1967 Chevy 2. Hey, attention in the pits. Once again, we have called juniors to the staging lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and Junior Street 3 and 4, please. Warren Jacobson ran a 1091 on that last pass, 135 miles an hour, 1090 dead on with a 005 reaction time. Wow, Dan Parsons really pouring the coals on that one. 129 miles an hour. He was dead on his index. Mark Downing takes his 78 Malibu to a 1087, 145 miles an hour. Still waiting for some information to get entered into the computer, but I believe that is Alf Weeb in his Buick. Here, tower side. So we have rolled into BC Super Shifter presented by McLeod. So Dan Gray is in the pickup, Ford 250. Shifting his way down track. And Alf Weeb goes 1054 in his Buick, 129 miles an hour. Dan, 1209, 111 miles an hour. Here comes Andrew Weeb and Scott Winterbottom. Now, Andrew had a pretty wild ride, wheels up at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, I believe, and ended up breaking the axle in the front. That's all repaired, and he is back in his 47 Austin, up against Scott Winterbottom in the other lane on this qualifying run. Scott goes 938 at 140 miles an hour, 1134 for the Austin at 91 miles an hour. And here comes Keith Winterbottom and Rich Graves. So problem set in for Keith as he gets to about the 330 and then has to get back on the gas. Hey, attention to the pits and anywhere on the property. We do have a rule. Underage children should not be riding around on ATVs, golf carts, anything. So if you're underage, you should not be riding any of those vehicles. So we just do want to get everyone's attention. It's from a safety standpoint. Underage should not be riding golf carts, ATVs on the property. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. It's Dale Posnick and Will Zorich. Shift their way. Down track. Posnick runs a 10:17 at 132 miles an hour. And Zorich in the Bel Air, 11:33 at 119 miles an hour. As John DePork and Jamie Roth roll up. Jamie, a former champion in the BC Super Shifter category in his 64 Comet. And John DePork in the 77 Chevy Camaro. And the Comet goes 10:04 at 134 miles an hour, 10:18 for the Camaro at 131 miles an hour. As we bring up Gene Kerner and Tim Hopper. Hopper's in 72 Vega. Kerner in the Ford Mustang here on the tower side. Rolls into the beams. Kerner calls it the Giddy Up Mustang, and he giddy ups to 825. 162 miles an hour. And Tim Hopper in the Vega, 1049, 100 miles an hour. And this will be our final BC Super Shifter, and that is Al Lougheed in his 63 Falcon. Now heading for the center line and doing a lot of driving to stay in the groove. Al goes 10:03 at 119 miles an hour. That's BC Super Shifter, sponsored by McLeod Racing. McLeod Racing is your number one stop in drivetrain components, from single and twin disc clutch kits, Tremec transmissions, steel and aluminum flywheels, and more. You will find what your hot rod wants. From the street to the strip, McLeod Racing is your one-stop shop for all things drivetrain. Check out McLeodracing.com and become McLeod equipped today. They are the sponsors, BC Super Shifters. So that takes us into Peden Industries Junior Street. Juniors will be the category rounding out this second rotation for qualifying. Next time we see all these cars on the track, other than Canada West Doorslammers, it will be elimination time. Two head down track. One goes back on the trailer for tomorrow, and one goes on for eliminations today. First up, James McNeil and Tyler Smith. So Junior Street racing to the 8th mile, where we see the cones on the wall. That qualifying run goes 10:02 for James McNeil and 11:12 for Tyler Smith. 69 miles an hour for TCS side, 63 miles an hour on the Lordco side. So Isaac Nearclo and Sophia Getz. Sophia's in the Mustang, Isaac in the Pontiac. $9.94 for Sophia's Mustang, and Isaac's Montana goes 11:21. Dallas Nassie now and Taryn Monroe. Dallas over here. Taryn's in the Blazer over on the Lordco side. Dallas over here on the Honda. A tension in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, 30-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammers, 30-minute standby call for your next qualifier. So the Honda of Dallas Nassie, 11:55, 61 miles an hour. 61 miles an hour for the Mustang of Taryn as well, 11:50. And that brings up Jacob Stobie. Got the whole family in race cars today. $10:43 is the time on that GMC, driven by Jacob Stobie, 67 miles an hour. So now we roll into Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. Two categories, Junior Thunder, 5 to 12 years of age, and Lightning, 13 to 17. So Jack Green and Bentley Johnson will be our first two in this session. Jack Green here on the tower side in the green dragster, part of a 3 junior dragster team. Jack has got 2 brothers, Alex and Nate. And Jack is the youngest. Bentley over in the other lane. We'll stop the clock at 8:88 at 73 miles an hour. And Jack, 13:87, 44 miles an hour. Next up, Alex Green. And Cadence Rodrigue in the other lane. Cadence out of Chilliwack, sponsored by Milron Truck Body. Color Compass, Ken's Specialty Auto, Elite Belts, and Grandpa Joe. So Cadence on the Lordco side in the blue dragster. Alex Green here, tower side in the green and black dragster. So Alex turns on the red light, but again, like all qualifying, red lights during qualifying don't matter because you're racing against the clock. So the clock says that Alex ran 11:92, 53 miles an hour. Cadence goes 9:48 at 67 miles an hour. And here comes the third of the Green brothers, Nate Green. And alongside Nate is Hunter Thompson. Sponsors for the Green brothers this weekend, Bumper Stand. So Hunter Thompson and Nate Green head down track. 9:07 is the time for Hunter. 73 miles an hour at the 8th mile stripe. 56 miles an hour for Nate at 10:99. Here comes Emily White and Connor Jackson. Emily's on the tower side. Connor, spectator side in that white and black dragster. Pushing the tree a little bit again. Going 63 red. 8:99 is the time for Connor at 72 miles an hour, and 8:94 for Emily at 72 miles an hour as well. April Bond and Isabella Marshall rolling up now. This is their second qualifying hit in Junior Thunder. April Bond from Mission, of course. Dad Justin doing the final tuning, setting the RPM exactly where they want it to be, and it's different for every round based on the conditions and the performance of the car itself. So they'll set the RPM so that the car leaves exactly the way that they want it to. Justin says, stage it up. In the other lane, Isabella Marshall, already pre-staged, as they both are now, and will roll forward a little bit more to break the stage beams and get this second qualifier in under their belts. Isabella goes 895 at 74 miles an hour, 892 for April Bond at 73. And that brings up Adam Katnick and Owen Armstrong. So Owen Armstrong from Chilliwack, part of two Armstrong Racing Junior Dragsters, sponsored by Fountain Tire in Chilliwack, Sea to Sky Law, and Lordco. 892 is the time for Adam, 73 miles an hour, and 1420 for Owen. Hi there. Ashton Katnick and Wes Armstrong now. Ashton from Maple Ridge, Wes from same place as brother, Chilliwack. Ashton sponsored by TK Performance, just like Adam. And Wes Armstrong, sponsored by Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Sea to Sky Law.ca, and Badass Garage, who should be on the property this weekend. Haven't had a chance to head out and take a look, but I'm going to get some information about them. See whether they're on the property. You can generally tell the speed and ET. The slower the car, the younger the drivers. So Ashton runs 1195 and Wes 1202, putting them in the younger age group. As we get into the Lightning category, drivers 13 years and older. You can get into a junior dragster at 5 years of age. So here comes Jackson Dew. So Jackson Dew from Langley, sponsored by JBS Equipment, runs a 927, 72 miles an hour. As that takes care of the Thunder category, we pick things up in speed and ET as we roll into the Lightning category here. And the first pair will be Colton Morin and CL Gagnon. Now, Lightning can be drivers anywhere from 13 to 17. Colton is, I believe, aging out this year and already has plans to be in a dragster, full-size dragster, running in Super Pro next year. You can run as quick as 7.50 at 89.99 miles per hour in the Lightning category. So Colton, here Tower Side, sponsored by TDS, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS, and Rex Cox. NCL, sponsored by Rad Torque and the Titanium Auto Group, part of Nitro Top Fuel Harleys. The Big Kids Racing family of Harley racers. That's Nate Gagnon doing the tuning on CL. CL not getting the greatest launch. Colton having a much better reaction time, goes 796 at 82 miles an hour, 862 for CL. Lincoln Shirk now and McKenna Thompson. McKenna Thompson over on the spectator side, sponsored by JBS, and Justin Bond doing the tuning on that junior dragster as well. Lincoln Shirk over here, Titanium Auto Group sponsorship along with Rad Torque, JBS, and JS Power Sports. Lincoln Shirk, Tower Side. Lincoln always going through that routine, rocking the car into the beams, psyching himself up. Both drivers going red, but during qualifying, that's allowed. 797 is the time for Lincoln, 790 for McKenna. Both of them 81 miles an hour. As Lexi Winterbottom and Emma Debris-Coos roll up next. So Lexi Winterbottom and Emma Debris-Coos next two in the junior lightning category, and Lexi goes 809, 79 miles an hour, 796 for Emma, 81 miles an hour, as Nick Bond will be our next runner down track. And looks to be the final in junior lightning. qualifiers. So Nick Bond goes 788, 82 miles an hour, and that will close out the qualifying here for all categories. Next time we see these cars on track, it will be eliminations, and that means one goes on, one stays in the pits, one goes on the trailer, one goes home. This is a junior street licensing pass before we take care of some track preparation. Hey, attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. We're calling you to the lanes now. Bring them up, 5 and 6. Overflow 3 and 4. Canada West Doorslammers, bring them up, 5 and 6. And overflow 3 and 4. That will be qualifier number 2 for Canada West Doorslammers. As we do a little bit of track preparation, good time to head into pit area, and we'll be down for just a couple of minutes here. Make sure you head over to the half-track snack shack, and right by the half-track snack shack is, of course, the Badass Garage. If they're on the property, you got to check them out. They're a one-stop shop for signs and vintage memorabilia. Pretty much everything and anything that you need to decorate your favorite space. You can check out all the things that they have here on the property, neon signs, including custom neon. Now, that would be a great gift, wouldn't it? Birthday gift, Christmas gift. Get somebody a custom neon sign for their favorite space. Wow. Tin signs, wood signs, decals, die-cast, all sorts of things available at the Badass Garage tent, which is very near the half-track snack shack. And we are, wow, it's already after lunch. But if you haven't had lunch yet, you might want to check out the Half-Track Snack Shack. Say a big shout-out to Clara Fawcett, who runs the place, the Mission Raceway 2023 Employee of the Year. Breakfast eggers, well, that's probably long gone. But all sorts of great hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken strips, combos, French fries. Boy, lots of great food available at the Half-Track Snack Shack. And while you are there, head across the patio and go into the pro shop and check out some Mission Raceway and NHRA souvenirs, all right? Clara also heads up the pro shop, all sorts of apparel, headgear. We're running late into the season, and so this may be some of your last opportunities to grab hold of some great-looking wear. Jackets, hoodies, die-cast cars, stickers, pins, glassware, all sorts of good stuff, along with some chocolate bars, ice cream, sandwiches, and that kind of thing. So check it all out at the Pro Shop, right across the patio from the Half-Track Snack Shack. This weekend, of course, is a doubleheader in the Summit ET Racing Series. This is race number 11 here on this Saturday. Tomorrow, race number 12. As we get close to winding down the season, there is the Mission Finals taking place the weekend of September 23rd and 24th. That includes the Race of Champions and King of the Track. This is a Wally race, so everybody is a rain out from earlier in the year. So everybody is looking forward to maybe picking up a Wally today. Also closing out the season then, September 30th and October 1st, the West Coast Outlaw Shootout with the West Coast Pro Mods, Canada West Doorslammers once again on the property, Outlaw 275, Limited Street, and Top Fuel Nitro Bikes. So all of that activity to close out the year here at Mission Raceway. And as Nolan and I were talking about, it has been a pretty busy year at Mission Raceway. Every weekend, every week there's been activity. So I want to thank all of the race fans. If you've been watching us online, thank the good folks at Valley Tech for the great production values that they have put together on our live stream here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Every year does bring lots of high points and, unfortunately, some low points as well. As we send our condolences to the Farmer family. We lost Ron Farmer this past week. He joined the British Columbia Custom Car Association in the early 50s, and he was instrumental in bringing drag racing to British Columbia, starting at the Abbotsford Airport, and then raising money to build the old Mission Raceway in 1965. And after that strip closed down because of some appropriation of property, and the government said, we'll give you new property. It took many, many years, but it was Ron Farmer's persistence. And I mean persistence. I was living in Victoria at the time, and I used to watch the news stories that happened on a regular basis about how much they had raised, how far they had gone in terms of hitting their budget. But it was Ron Farmer's insistence on making this racetrack happen that allows for us to be here experiencing such a great racing season. 2023 is going to go down in the books as one of the most active race years at Mission Raceway Park. And it would not be the success it is if it weren't for the efforts and persistence of Ron Farmer. So rest in peace to a legend. So I want to thank all of you race fans for joining us here this weekend. And we are in the midst of track preparation before we launch the Canada West Doorslammers down track for their second of 4 qualifying sessions here today. They will go into eliminations tomorrow. And as always, they have got a super field of cars. We have had upwards of 40 cars at different races in the Canada West Doorslammer category. And so we look forward to seeing what they bring to the party, and we have had at least two of them in the sixes. Greg Field running a 6, I believe, 49, 222 miles an hour in his twin-turboed Opel GT. So he's in the staging lanes, I believe. And John DeYoung in his 68 Camaro, running a 670 at over 200 miles an hour. So lots of great runs yet to come in the second qualifier as everybody gets a better handle on the racing surface. Speaking of which, got a little bit of scraping going on at this time, making sure that the rubber is consistent, not too much or too little. Just make sure that it is just right for everybody. And we'll do the send the tractors down, and possibly we'll do a spray as well, as the Canada West Doorslammers have some of the fastest cars here on the property this weekend, along with some Super Pro that will be running a little later. So we want to make sure that the track is well groomed, safe, and sticky. So we are getting close to qualifying. So last seconds of touch up on the racing surface. I would suggest now's a good time to head back into the stands as we are going to see Doorslammer action here momentarily. They have 4 qualifying sessions here today. One's complete. This is number 2. Start line says good to go as we are set for Canada West Doorslammers presented this weekend by the Titanium Auto Group. If you're looking for a car, truck, SUV, minivan, or even a custom classic, Titanium Auto Group is the place for you. Both of their dealerships are located in convenient and easy-to-access locations in beautiful Langley, BC. The Titanium prides itself on being able to get everyone into a vehicle by utilizing their first-rate financing options. So check out the Titanium Auto Group if you're looking for a vehicle. Canada West Doorslammers 2023 association sponsors include Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travel and RV. First pair, Adam DeYoung and Jason Field. Adam in his 67 Chevy Camaro, the white Camaro here, sponsored by Artex Racing, Total Dairy Solutions, Tower Side. John DeYoung, who is doing double duty driving that car in another category, taking pictures of son Adam. In the other lane, 71 Chevelle of Jason Field. Jason struggling to grab hold of the start line. Adam having a problem and coasting through 8:37 for Jason Field, 8:37 at 164 miles an hour, and we will have to take a look at the racetrack as Adam let the smoke out. Just a little bit. Wasn't a whole lot. But he let the smoke out. 11:08, 81 miles an hour. So start line crew will head down and just make sure that nothing was deposited on the racing surface. Track temperature is probably a little bit warm. 25 degrees in the air right now, so almost 26. So word is, track is clear. So Jan Christensen and Scott Robinson, next pair. Jan Christensen doing double duty, driving the El Gringo 67 Nova, and then in Super Pro running his dragster. Dragster that he purchased earlier in the year and has been running in the Super Pro category to get a better sense of the dragsters that have been beating him in different categories. And so just trying to gain a little bit more experience from the other side. So Jan Christensen, he rolls into the stage beams here. Tower side. In the other lane, Scott Robinson out of Chilliwack's driving that black and red Rad Torque sponsored 94 Beretta. At the top end, it is a 771 for Scott Robinson. 771, and he pops the chute. Jan Christensen goes 863 at 157 miles an hour. Rule is you need to run 870 or better to be in the program. 870 or better. Burnout's complete for Greg Field, number one qualifier here today so far. 640s, 222 miles an hour, and Dallas Wagner in the other lane in the blue pickup. The 2004 Dakota, 526 cubic inch Hemi under the hood of that Dakota, sponsored by MRG Holdings and Wagner Machine. Greg Field, twin turbo, 69 Opel GT, 572 cubic inch big block Chevy, sponsored by Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, Total Turbo, and Lordco. Blows the tires right off the hit, and so Greg Field not going to get a representative time on that run at all. And Wagner off the gas as well, coasting through the 995 at 83 miles an hour. So Greg Field will stand on that first run of his in the 640s. Andy Hatton completes his burnout alongside Howie Winklehorst. Howie driving the 55 Chevy Bel Air over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Andy calling his car the Grinch. And you can tell. Just take one look at the hood, and there he is in all his glory. I said, so why the Grinch? He says, well, he likes to spoil everyone's party. And so that green 69 Camaro, he is the owner of Bubba's Speed Shop. And he goes 823, 161 miles an hour. 833 for Howie in the 55 at 159 miles an hour. Paul Soares now, and Mike Kenworthy. Next two down track. Paul in the 95 Grand Am here, tower side, sponsored by Soares Transport, out of Terrace. And Mike Kenworthy, Arlington, Washington, 92 Firebird. Chevy power under the hood of the Firebird, 354 cubic inches. 584 under the hood of the Grand Am. Well, Soares goes 804 on that pass, 170 miles an hour, 843 for Kenworthy in the Firebird, 162 miles an hour. Here comes Grant Howell out of Victoria. That orange and purple 37 Chevy. Other lane, it's a 1954 Studebaker. Mark Thompson out of Coldstream. 598 cubic inch big block Chevy power for that Studebaker. Marvell Racing, Vernon Recreational Product sponsored Stud. Grant Howell, a past Canada West Doorslammer champion. Rolling into the beams. Pay attention to the pits. License and test. License and test. If you are planning a license and test run, we need you into lanes 5 and 6, please. 5 and 6, license and test. So 7:59 for Mark Thompson. 181 miles an hour. As Dave Warren and Poe Freeborn get set to stage up here. Dave Warren preferring to do the long extended burnouts and the long extended backup. So everybody working their program around everybody else's program just to make sure that nobody is held up unduly. Dave Warren's in that 62 Bel Air, out of Mission. The Blue Maxi calls it. And Poe Freeborn, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating sponsored Mustang. Poe not getting a time last time. This time goes 7:24, 190 miles an hour. He rolled the beam on the first qualifier. So Poe running 7:24 to 190 miles an hour. Dave Warren, 8:05, 165 miles an hour. Peter Lacanis now and Anthony Katnick. Anthony's out of Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. And Peter Lacanis out of Coquitlam in the 63 Corvette. Peter Lacanis currently sitting in the first place in the point standings for Canada West Doorslammers going into this weekend. Scott Robinson, who we saw run already, in second place. Anthony Katnick looking to get under that 870. Goes 895, not quite there. 149 miles an hour for Anthony. Peter Lacanis goes 858. 858 at 157 miles per hour. And here comes Brad Powell. Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington. 67 Chevelle running in a couple of classes here today is Brad. This is his Canada West Doorslammer car, and he rolls into the staging area. .843 at 158 miles an hour for Brad Powell. Next two then, Darren Buick and Ray Rusiani. Ray out of Kelowna and Darren out of Mission. Ray driving that yellow 66 Chevy 2. And Darren the silver and black Chevy 2 Nova. Darren sponsored by Evans Excavating. And Ray Ruciani, Dexy Paws. Second hit at the track here on this Saturday. Ray gets there with an 824, 164 miles an hour, and 864 for Darren, 155 miles an hour. Going into this weekend, Paul is sitting third in points. He's driving that 2002 Red Cavalier. Big block Chevy under the hood for Paul Stretch. Sponsored by Mid-Island Engines. He's the 2022 Series champion. Looking to repeat here in 2023. Terry Langdon Davies is driving that black and purple Willys. Terry Langdon Davies stops the clocks at an 8:11, 164 miles an hour. It's 7:29 for Paul Stretch on that pass. 7:29. Another person who likes big long burnouts, John DeYoung. Abbotsford, 1968 Camaro with a blower. Once again, if you're looking for license and test runs, we need you in lanes 5 and 6, please. 5 and 6, license and test. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you're on standby. Round 1 of eliminations. Nice straight run for John DeYoung. Goes 675 at 205 miles an hour. More cars to come in the category. Canada West Doorslammers. Lane Woolley. 1970 Duster, sponsored by the Marcus family and Bucky's Mini Excavating. Lane goes 770, 177 miles an hour. Sitting in the burnout box right now, Kathy Freeborn and Henry Zacharias. So Henry driving the 53 Vet out of Surrey, and Kathy out of Courtney in that red Camaro. Camaro sponsored by Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. And Henry Zacharias sponsored by himself, Zacharias Investments. Had an opportunity at the last race to take a up-close look at Henry's Corvette, and there is a whole lot of fancy paintwork that is on that card that, unless you get up real close, you don't really see what it is or make out what it is, but it's quite the landscape painting on the side in a soft muted gray and white. Oh, problems set in right away as Henry, not able to hold it on the line, leaves well before the tree was activated. And so Kathy will get there with an 8:53 at 160 miles an hour, but Henry leaving quickly and then getting really out of shape. And I see tractors rolling. So that takes care of round number 2 of qualifying for the Doorslammers. License and test runs will happen now, and we will be calling up Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket momentarily. You're on standby. Well, that was a very short standby. All right, we're calling Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your first round of eliminations here in race number 11 of the Summit ET Racing Series. So once again, we're going to make the call for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you to the lanes. Round 1 of eliminations. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bring them up. And that means that Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, you are now on standby. We have called Pro Bracket to the lane. Sportsman, you are on standby. I'd encourage you, if you're walking around, to get to some place where you can see the drag strip, because we have a special treat here this weekend. Unexpectedly, Sean Cowie, the perennial runner in the NHRA Alcohol Dragster Series, Lucas Oil Sportsman category. He is on the property doing some test passes. The Monday's Towing Alcohol Dragster made an earlier pass, shutting off early. So this is a special treat, actually, that we weren't expecting. Sean is on the property. Sean, of course, is from Langley. The car is always or typically based in the United States. And so having the car up here, making some test passes as their season is winding down as well. Great to see the junior dragster. I think it was a 5:58 that he ran earlier in the day. So early shut off, the shoot out at about the 1,000-foot mark. So we'll see how Sean Cowie fares on this particular run. Two kinds of cars in the alcohol dragster category. One, of course, the injected nitro, and then the more traditional supercharged on methanol. And that is Sean's preference with these nice, long burnouts. High RPM burnouts that, as Alan Reinhart has said over and over again, Sean Cowie does not like his valve springs. And he makes sure that they get a workout on every burnout. So the quick backup now for Sean. Make sure that the tires are still warm as he gets set to make his second pass here on this test and tune session. Great thing about having a single pass is that you do get to hear the intricacies of the car as it shifts into high gear. So he'll bring up the RPMs after he's pre-staged and wait for the tree. Let's see how he fares on this particular pass. Wow, nice clean run. Wow, 5:19. 5:19. That is a great pass. 277 miles an hour. That's good on both ends. That is a pretty stellar pass in anybody's books. Boy, Sean Cowie, great run. 5:19. The number of times the cars get into the teens is exceedingly rare. And so for him to be able to put the car through the paces here at Mission Raceway, 5:19 at 277, which is also at the top end. Running over 270 is always a great run by every measurement. So fantastic, just absolutely fantastic. Yeah, it goes without saying that that great run was due in no small part to the start line crew and the track preparation. So big shout out to all the guys working on the racing surface and making sure that Sean had a very sticky track to make a run like that. So, hey, Brian, it's great work. Next up is Rob Phippen from Mission. Also in the alcohol dragster category. Hey, attention in the pits. Final call for Pro Bracket. Final call for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. You should be in the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Final call. Makes it a full pull, goes 687 at 201 miles an hour. So once again, want to give a big shout out to the start line crew for the great track preparation that took place under Brian's guidance. That's some great work that they did to help get Sean Cowie into the teens on that pass at 277 miles an hour. So Brittany Bond goes 796, 147 miles per hour. I was just doing some looking at the track records here just to compare Sean Cowie's run. The track record that Sean holds here at Mission is one that was set June 4th of 2017. He ran a quick 5:18 at 279.06 miles per hour. So 5:18 is the track record for the blown alcohol dragster, and Sean holds that record, 5:18. So today, second pass on the car to do a 5:19 at 277. Wow, that is moving. So 55 Chevy goes 11:43 at 110 miles per hour. First round of eliminations then here for Summit ET race number 11 as we wind down the season. This doubleheader weekend. Race 12 taking place tomorrow. We start in the water box. Ryan Ledrette and Rob Monroe Jr. The category, of course, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We're now dealing with dial-ins and handicaps on the tree. Ryan is the slower of the two, dialed in at 1240, and Rob Monroe Jr., 1072. So the Blue Acadian over on the Lordco side, sponsored by SD Performance and Gibson's Racing Transmission, Horizon Autobody. Waiting, and they're both clean and green. So who gets to the stripe without breaking out? It's going to be Ryan Ledrette as Rob Monroe goes under by 700ths. Hey, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. We need you to the lanes now. This is your call. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman to the lanes. Here comes John Tabak and Mal Patterson. 1047 is the dial-in for the pickup. John gets the handicap by just about 3/100ths of a second. Mal Patterson is now in hot pursuit and wants to try and get around without breaking out, but he goes too quick. Goes 4 thou too quick as John Tabak picks up the win. Goes 10:51 in the process, taking his Rad Torque sponsored S10 into round number 2 at 121 miles an hour. Here comes Cassie Tippy now and Dell Northgraves. Cassie's over here Towers side in the 65 Nova wagon. Dell Northgraves, 1977 Black Nova. Cassie gets the handicap start. Win light comes on for Dell Northgraves. Goes 10:56 at 126 miles an hour. Had a great reaction time, 0:05, and that certainly went a long way to giving that win to Dell. Takes the Nova into the next round. Grant Gordon here. Sean Langley. Sean in the Mach 1. Grant Gordon in the Dodge Dart. Darts out of Surrey, sponsored by 4Cycle Customs. Win light comes on for Sean, though. 12:04. 12:04 for the win, 109 miles an hour. As Joel Smith and Eric Stone roll up next. Eric's got a big shout-out going. Happy birthday to Crew Chief Margaret. So Eric Stone, 65 Chevy, over the white Chevy over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Joel Smith, the Pontiac, losing traction on the start line. That Pontiac just spinning the tires after the red light. So Eric Stone picks up the win, goes 10:55 on a red light, 115 miles an hour. into the next round. Craig Johnson, 84 Oldsmobile on the Lordco side. Sponsored by, of course, Johnson's Custom Exhaust and Richard Love in the S10. Here on the Tower side, Richard from Osoyoos, Craig from Langley. Richard sponsored by Reflections Guest House and SS Motorsports. That black S10 dialed in at 1063. Going to have to be patient because Craig Johnson's dialed in at 1164 and gets to leave first. They're both pre-staged. Roll forward. The truck's in. Cutlass is in. One leaves and then the other in pursuit. The trick is know where your opponent is and don't go quicker than your dial-in, and Craig's good at it. Craig Johnson gets the win, 1168, 109 miles an hour, picks up the win, going rounds. This is round one in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Round one of a Wally race, so there's a lot on the line. Not only the money, but the prestige of winning a Wally here today, as Robert Zillick and Ralph Ehlers stage up Mustang versus Challenger. Challenger leaves first. Ralph is second off the line. Know where your opponent is and don't go quicker than your dial. That's the goal. Ralph's been there. He does it right. 1132 and 97 miles an hour. So Ralph Ehlers moving on into the next round as Rich Dyes and Ross Walker roll forward. Ross in the Chevy 2 over on the Lordco side, the spectator side of the racetrack, out of Langley. 427 cubic inches of Chevy power. Rich Dyes, he's got that black 73 Chevy Nova. He's over here Tower side, dialed in at 1131, will be leaving first. It's all clean and green here at the start line. It'll be decided at the stripe with a win light for Ross Walker, 10:05 at 131 miles an hour. Both drivers breaking out, going under, but Ross Walker was closer to his dial by about 8 thousandths of a second. Nick Douglas and Aiden Katnick. Aiden has the quicker of the two cars here. GT 500 dialed in at 1078, and Nick Douglas making it very clear that his dial-in is 1191. I think he's having fun at my expense. I do say you have your numbers large and legible. He's using up a lot of shoe polish there. Nick Douglas not able to stay out in front as that Mustang comes around, goes 1079 for the win at 130 miles an hour. Lorenz Schwartz and Ron Walsh. Lorenz from Langley, as is Ron. So we got Chevy Monte Carlo up against Chevy Camaro. Lorenz getting a tiny bit of a handicap start. Boy, reaction time's a coin flip. Pretty much dead on. Who gets there first? It will be Ron Walsh, 10:08, 133 miles an hour. So Ron Walsh picks up the win over Lorenz Schwartz as Chris Stone and Steve Baskerville roll up. We've seen Steve Baskerville in that golf go-arounds because of consistency, and that's the trick. Always be doing the same thing on the start line and running that dial. Consistency wins. Let's see how Chris Stone fares as Steve Baskerville's way out in front. And at the stripe, it's a win light for Chris Stone. 10:09. 10:09 on a 10:08 dial. So good run for Chris Stone. 127 miles an hour. as Dustin Hunter and Veronica Hodgson. Next up, so attention in the pits, we have called Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman to the lanes, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sportsman to the lanes, we've called you to the lanes, and that means Rad Torque System Super Pro, you are on standby. So here comes Dustin Hunter in pursuit of Veronica Hodgson's Dodge Dart. Falcon going to chase down the Dart. Does so. Manages to get around Veronica at the top end. Goes 9:08 at 138 miles an hour for the win. Margin of victory, wow, 48 ten-thousandths of a second. So just about 5 thousandths of a second was the margin of victory there. So Stewarttown and Dustin Brewington now. Dustin in the 99 Camaro and Stewart in the 77 Astra. The blue Astra looks a lot like a Vega, but would be a Pontiac, I'm guessing. Stewarttown from Summerland. And Dustin from Kennewick, Washington, that black Camaro. Handicap going to the blue car. Will the Astra be out in front at the stripe? No, sir. Dustin Brewington takes the Camaro around, goes 10:33 as Stewart goes about 3/10 under the dial. Daryl Tippy now and Katie Shirk. Katie from Langley in the Gray Jimmy, dialed in at 11:43, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, JS Power Sports, and Fat Black Enterprises, Rad Torque Systems, and Daryl Tippy in the Chevy 2. Once again, reaction times pretty much identical. .1069. Daryl Tippy gets the win. Goes 123 miles an hour. David Rastad goes 11:99, 108 miles an hour. And that closes out the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket category. Round number 1 in the books as we get set for Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Round number 1. And that means Rad Torque System Super Pro. You're on standby. We'll be calling you shortly. Hey, attention in the pits. This will be the final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. You should be in the staging lanes now. Rob Getz and Brendan Piskachik. First two in round number 1 of eliminations. Rob Getz from Kamloops and Brendan from Burnaby. Handicap going to Rob and red light going to Brendan. So Win light goes to the Mustang here on the tower side. The 94 Ford Mustang goes 1542 at 89 miles an hour for the win as Brendan goes red. Ryan Ledrette and Randy Hermson now. Randy driving the Oldsmobile. Lives about 5 minutes away from the racetrack. Kind of a resident racer in many respects. At 3,890-pound Oldsmobile. Not going to advance rounds today as Ryan Ledrette goes 12:41 at 104 to pick up the win in his Chevelle. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. Rad Torque Systems, Super Pro to the lanes. Bring them up. It's Krista Loudit and Kai Jessamine. Head down track. Krista from Maple Ridge in that 1990 GMC Jimmy over here, tower side. Kai is in the orange pickup, and the win light comes on. 13:57 for Krista. Goes 96 miles an hour. So Krista will take the Jimmy. One more round. Round two, as we are in round one. Jim Mantle and Kirsty Tippy. So Jim not getting the handicap start as the Camaro was dialed in at 15:07 and Jim at 14:65. So the Camaro actually got the handicap start, but not able to stay out in front, goes too quick. So Kirsty runs 15 flat on a 15:07 dial. You figure it out, 700ths too quick. So Jim Mantle, 77 pacer, will be going on into the next round. He runs a 14:69 at 86 miles an hour, and that brings up Jeff Homan and Sean Kvass. Sean's driving that station wagon that got the handicap start, and here comes Jeff. Jeff out of Mission, running that 1970 GMC. Dialed in at 12:63, so just got to make sure that you don't go quicker than that, and he doesn't. He goes 12:75, 99 miles an hour. Scott Wilson and Colin Moore now. Scott Wilson from Ladner over here in the 81 wagon. Handicap start going to Colin, but he turns on the red light at Fairlane. Left the line too soon. So Scott Wilson picks up the win by virtue of that red light. Goes 12:41 in the process, 109 miles an hour. Mark Ferguson and Eric Hansen now. Eric Hansen, North Vancouver. 1968 Dodge Dart, dialed in at 12:56. So he is now heading down track against Mark Ferguson in the Firebird. Firebird had a tiny bit of a handicap start, but not able to stay out in front. Eric Hansen goes 12:63 for the win at 100 miles per hour. As Sylvia Hoogston and Tyler Dobson roll up. Tyler in the green Camaro, Sylvia the blue Mustang. So both drivers now pre-staged, and Sylvia goes in, as does Tyler. And here comes the tree. Sylvia gets the handicap start. Win light comes on for Tyler. Tyler Dobson goes 11:89 at 112 miles an hour, so closer to the dial and a better reaction time. Ron Clark now and Alex Toby. So Alex from Abbotsford. He's over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Ron Clark over here in the black Chevelle. Tower side. Handicap start. 1377 going to Alex. Leaving by a little over 1 second. But Ron, not patient. Turns on the red light. So Alex Stobie gets the win. And will run 1371 in the process, 97 miles an hour. Here comes Gary Fawcett now and Grant Gordon. Gordon from Surrey in the Dodge Dart, sponsored by 4Cycle Customs. 1216 is the dial on the window for Grant, and that is quicker than Gary Fawcett here in the Plymouth. Dialed in at 1422 and leaves the line well ahead of Grant Gordon, as that Dodge Dart is in hot pursuit of the Plymouth. Gordon gets there first, 12:28. 12:28 at 104 miles an hour. Brandon Somerville now and Roland Lowen. Roland from Aldergrove in his 55 Meteor. 12:86 is the time on the window. And the time on the scoreboard at the top end. So you can see where the handicap is going to go by looking at the reader boards at the end of the quarter mile. Red light start, though, for Roland. That's not going to work. That never works. A red light start. The win light comes on for Brandon. Goes 12:37 at 112 miles an hour. Elizabeth Stobie now and Kevin McCauley. Elizabeth driving that 2011 Chevy Camaro. And Kevin goes old school in his 83 Cutlass. Well, Kevin calls it old school, but his reaction time says otherwise. Had an 0:14 reaction time, and that helped him get that round win. 12:18 was his elapsed time at 94 miles an hour. As Nick Douglas rolls up in his Dodge Dart, dialed in at, well, everyone can see, 1193. Steve Baskerville not able to pick up a win that time around. Went too quick. 1197 for Nick Douglas, 103 miles an hour. As Dave Jung and Sean Langley. Next pair. Dave Jung, 1213 dial. Sean, 12 flat. Boy, hardly anything in that handicap start. But you can turn that around. You can make it work for you. And Sean Langley does. goes 11.97 on a double breakout. He breaks out by about 200ths, and Dave breaks out by about 700ths. So Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington, picking up the win to go into round number 2 of Sportsman. That takes care of that category as we now go into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. So the Super Pro category is coming up next. All of these racers will be running anywhere between 7 seconds and 11.99. That includes dragsters, that includes door cars with electronics, some with and some without. All sorts of variety in the Super Pro category. It's determined by how fast you're going. So can go as quick as 7, and that is plenty fast, upwards of 200 miles per hour. So they'll be coming underneath the bridge as soon as the start line crew gives them the go-ahead. Obviously, as we get quicker and faster in eliminations, we would want to make sure that we keep an eye on the start line, that it is able to hold all the horsepower that these cars are going to throw at it. So just as we're getting ready to start Rad Torque System Super Pro, we're going to put Old Car Center Hot Rod on standby. We'll be calling you very quickly. Old Car Center Hot Rod, you're on standby. First up then, John Tabak and Glenn Eagleton in the Rad Torque System Super Pro category. Back from Maple Ridge in the black S10, and Glenn Eagleton in the 69 Corvette. Eagleton has 1090 on the scoreboard. That's the number he's familiar with working with. And John Tabak dialed in at 1052, so Corvette got out first. John looks to be ahead at this point, but it's a win light for Eagleton as John runs too quick. Goes 200ths under the dial. Dialed in at 1052, runs at 1049. So Glenn Eagleton picks up the win, running at 1098. A safe 1098 on a 1090 dial. Here comes Jeremy Soares and Martin Rochelle. Martin started racing at Bremerton and Seattle down in the state of Washington back in the mid-80s with a 66 Chevelle. Built this Malibu to start racing back in 1988 and has been running it consistently since. Jeremy out of Terrace, sponsored by Soares Transport and Hot Shot. Dragster will be sitting while Martin Rochelle gets the handicap. Win light comes on for the dragster. Jeremy Soares goes 738, 180 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Old Car Center Hot Rod, we need you to the staging lanes. Old Car Center Hot Rod. Hot Rod, we need you to the staging lanes for your first round of eliminations. Here comes Justin Bond, taking a week off from his pro mod, racing on the national circuit. And Craig Johnson in his 1984 Olds Cutlass. Don't need to be a wizard to figure out who has the handicap start here. Craig Johnson dialed in at 1166. Justin Bond, 710. So Craig's going to be way down track, and Justin has to sit waiting patiently. And Justin is just staging as shallow as possible. Here comes the tree. Waiting. Wow, that is a long wait. Now here comes that dragster with a big top end charge to get around Craig, and he does. Wow. Margin of victory, 0.05 of a second. He was off the dial on the positive side by 0.09 of a second. He runs a 710 with a 9 on a 710 dial. So, boy, talk about being consistent. Reaction time of 0.46 to a 0.15. Craig had all of it on the line there. So, great win for Justin Bond to advance into the next round, running 183 miles an hour as Mike Robinson and Wes Vath roll up into the stage beams now. 87, well, it should be 1927 Ford Roadster. That's Mike Robinson out of Chilliwack here on the tower side. Wes Vath, he's in the Pontiac Firebird over in the other lane. Handicap start going to the Firebird. Wind light comes on for Mike Robinson. 920 at 135 miles an hour. Reaction time 008 for Robinson. 008. So Tammy Peugeot rolls in the dragster, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems here, tower side. ES10 pickup getting the handicap start. And here comes the dragster. Dragster gets the win. Had a reaction time on the tree. 007. 007. Runs 775 on a 775. So off the dial by 19 ten-thousandths of a second. That, my friends, is consistent racing. So Ken Christensen, or Jan Christensen rather, and Steve McKenzie. Jan's in his dragster this time in the Super Pro category. Dialed in at 797. Steve in the Cavalier, not far behind, 883. So getting the handicap start. 505 cubic inch big block Chevy in the Cavalier. That's a fast moving black Cavalier is Steve McKenzie. So Jan will have to wait just a little bit. And then both drivers have to be careful they don't go under. Red light start for McKenzie. Steve McKenzie, too anxious. Turns on the red light. Jan goes 799, 167 miles an hour. 799. The dragsters are running their dials today. It's Andy Hatton and John Jenkins. Next up. Andy Hatton in the Grinch. Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, Taves Roofing, and Velocity Chemicals sponsoring that green Chevy Camaro. John Jenkins getting the handicap start in his Chevy S10 pickup. And Andy goes red, goes 7th thou red, but it's red nonetheless. So Jenkins gets the win light, 11:20 at 119 miles an hour. He was off the dial just by about 5 thou himself. To the good, though. So Stephen Robert now in the 34 Chevy Roadster on the Lordco side of the racetrack, and Otto Schulte in his 2005 Cavalier, getting extra runs in Super Pro as well as Doorslammers. Schulte, sponsored by Next Gen Hearing, Georgia Strait Collision, and Rondex. Staged up and ready to go. Handicap going to the Roadster. Here comes the Cavalier. But it's the Roadster that gets there first. 8:98 at 145 miles an hour as Otto ran too quick. 7th thou too quick under the dial. And that is something you do not see every day. That is a 1942 Jeep in some situation. Situation is right now, Roger Manson is struggling to back up that Jeep. Sitting behind him is a V4 blown Pontiac engine. It was originally built for the Salt Flats land speed record. And not able to find reverse gear, so we'll push back behind the start line and see whether they still have forward gear. It's called rapid fire. So looks like he is able to still get the car moving forward. It's a high winding V4, that's for sure. And in the other lane, Dustin Brewington in the 99 Camaro. Well, they're both right around the 10-second car. The handicap is going to go to the Camaro by about 0.02 of a second. Camaro launches hard. Here comes the Jeep. As I say, high winding. Win light for Dustin Brewington. Takes the Camaro from Kennewick, Washington, into the next round of Super Pro. Runs 10:35 at 122 miles an hour. So Loren Schwartz and Brandon Hutchison. Brandon from Shawnigan Lake. In the Corvette, Super Gas Corvette, dialed in at 990, because that's a number that Super Gas is familiar with. Index racers that they are. Loren Schwartz, he's a little more flexible on the time. 10:17 is what he's got on the scoreboard, so he leaves first. At the stripe, Loren Schwartz picks up the win, goes 10:22, 130 miles an hour to advance into the next round as Kevin McNichol and Brian Ritchie will be our next two. Kevin McNichol, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Ken's Specialty Auto, JBS, Gibson's Racing Transmission. He's over here, tower side, in that reddish-orange 67 Chevy. Brian Ritchie's in the black Chevelle. Chevelle's the quicker of the two cars, dialed in at 8:02. Kevin 10-11. So Kevin gets to leave the start line first. Brian goes way red, like a whole bunch red. And so gets the win light for Kevin. Goes 10-15 at 133 miles per hour. Battle of the 55s now. 55 Chevys on both sides of the racetrack. Derek Shirk and Zach Liston. So Zach dialed in at 827. From Mount Vernon, Washington, over on the Lordco side. That is Zach Liston, the orange. And Derek Shirk, he's here on the tower side in the 55 Chevy at 774. So Zach Liston will be getting the handicap start here. Lordco side leaves first. With a win light for Zach Liston. 8:38. Managed to stay out in front. 8:38 at 153 miles an hour. Had a better reaction time. 0:31. And Derek's reaction time was one that started with a 1, and that always is going to be a struggle. Ran a 776 on a 774, so he was only 200ths off the dial, but it was all said and done at the start line. 8:38, and that's going to close out the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. We should have Old Car Center Hot Rod all in the staging lanes right now for their first round of eliminations. So we now roll into Old Car Center Hot Rod. Big field of hot rod racers here on this race day. Hey, attention in the pits. Motorcycle. We need you. Mountain View HD motorcycle. 2 lanes 5 and 6. Bring them up. And that means we have got BC Super Shifters and Super Combo on standby. So Ron Clark and Rob Monroe Sr. Senior's been working hard to make sure that that 31 Ford keeps its wheels planted on the ground, put some weight on the front end, about 30 pounds, all in an effort to, reduce the wheel stand so that he's in a lot more control. So Rob Monroe's dialed in at 897. That's Ron Clark leaving the line well ahead, and here comes Rob Monroe, but he turns on the red light in the process. So Valiant effort, but Ron Clark picks up the win in his Chevelle, running at 1260 at 105 miles an hour. And that brings up Brody Shirk and Rob Hodson. Hodson's driving the 67 Plymouth. This is his 4th full season competing in the hot rod category. He's actually driving the late Jim Isherwood's legendary 67 wheel standing Plymouth, managing to keep the front wheels a little more subdued. Rob Hodgson's dialed in at 1071. Brody 850. So Brody in the 67 Chevy just has to sit patiently watching Rob head down track. So everybody's clean and green on the start line. Who will get to the finish line first? It will be Rob. Rob Hodgson goes 1074 to 117 miles an hour as Rob Monroe Jr. Rob Monroe in the Acadian up against that 62 Ford. Orange Ford in the other lane. Red light start for the Ford, which means Rob Monroe gets the win light to advance into the next round, going 1067 at 123 miles an hour. So burnout complete for Matt Warner from Sumas, Washington in that 66 Mercury. And over here tower side, Luke below. Luke normally running that 554. And here he is in an altered that I've seen now for the second week. Second event. He's dialed in at 820. So Matt Warner, wheel standing Mercury, going to get the handicap start. 1052 is the dial in. Linden Service Center sponsoring that Mercury. As usual, way up in the air, and here comes Luke in pursuit. Not going to get around him, though, as Matt Warner goes 1051 on a 1052 dial, 119 miles an hour. So, Matt Warner going into the next round of Hot Rod. As John Sayer and Daryl Tippy get set for their pairing. John Sayer leaving the line first. Handicap start in play. He's dialed in at 1188 against Daryl's 1068. It's Daryl that gets the win light. 1067, 122 miles an hour. So Bill Halicki in the Ranchero goes red against Chris Stone. So Stone picks up the win, 10:09 on a 10:09 dial. So off the dial by 7/10,000ths of a second. Good run, Chris Stone. Wow. So the dart advances into the next round as Sylvia Hoogston brings up the Mustang against Rick Hextra in the Chevy pickup. Pickup dialed in at 10 flat. Sylvia gets the handicap start, but Rick goes red. So Sylvia will pick up the win at the stripe, running a 1275, 105 miles an hour. So Dustin Hunter now and Barry Patterson. Patterson's driving that black Coronet, 65 Dodge Coronet, dialed in at 985, getting the handicap over Dustin Hunter's 905. Hunter in the 64 Ford Falcon here on the tower side. Everybody's green here, but problems set in for Dustin Hunter as he's off the gas, coasting at the top end, rolling to the side of the track, as we're going to have to hold up and see what exactly the problem is. Hopefully nothing major, but obviously enough to hold things up. Hey, attention in the pits, Lordco Super Combo. We need Lordco Super Combo, 2 lanes 3 and 4. Lordco Super Combo, lanes 3 and 4. Bring them up. Start line crew will head over to see about Dustin Hunter. So safety crew taking Dustin Hunter off the top end there at the turnoff. So haven't heard any word that there is anything on the racing surface. So I think we should be getting back into action here very, very quickly. Everybody fires up once again as we get set to continue. Round one of Hot Rod. In the water box right now, Jerry Brabander and Terry Charles. Jerry's out of Cloverdale driving the 62 Chevy 2 here on the tower side. Dialed in at 1054. Terry Charles, Langley is home. 56 Chevy is the car and 1028 is the dial. So the 56 Chevy, quicker of the two by about 0.03 of a second. Everybody's clean and green here on the start line with the winner to be decided. Who crosses the stripe first? And it is Jerry Brabander. Chevy 2 runs 1063 at 124 miles an hour. Here comes Randy Hermson now. Car has gone as quick as 1320. Dialed in today, 1349. And Mark Brenzinger in the other lane, out of Richmond, 64 Nova that he calls out of time, dialed in at 958. Randy's off. Here comes Mark in pursuit, wheels up, and he is after that Oldsmobile. He crosses the line first and is under the dial, 961 on a 958 dial. So Mark Brenzinger picks up that win, goes into round number 2 of Hot Rod as Sean Langley and Roy Roman are the next two. American Motors Rambler, Roman Metalworks, 1108. He calls it trick or treat. In the other lane, Sean Langley from Linden, Washington, in his 69 Mach 1. Roy Roman picks up the win, goes 1107. on an 11:08, but they both went under, and they both went under by about, 1/10,000th of a second difference between them. But Roy Roman gets the win, 11:07, 121 miles an hour. Here comes Jamie Wellwood and Brad Powell now. Powell from Linden, driving his other car, the 67 Nova. And Jamie Wellwood's driving the 32 Bantam Altered here on the tower side. 8:05 is the dial-in for the Altered. 10:20 for the Nova, the white Nova and the Lordco side of the racetrack. Red light start for Brad Powell. So Jamie Wellwood picks up that round win, 8:08 for the win at 157 miles an hour. So competition single here for Pete Legg as Jim Benke not able to make the call. And it's tearing him up, let me tell you. So Pete Legg in the 56 Chevy. So 1376, good to advance for Pete Legg into round 2 of Hot Rod. So motorcycles now, Daryl Storzik and Tom Turan. Tom talking about how the change in humidity caused the bike to do that wheel stand on his second qualifying hit. Let's see how he fares today. Well, it's stuck to the ground as they both leave on a green light. Daryl Storzik sponsored by Leak Pro. Wind light comes on for Tom Turan. He goes 868 at 127 miles an hour against Daryl's 915, so 868 rather for Tom. And he will advance into the next round of motorcycle. Hey, attention to the pit, Super Shifters. McLeod Super Shifters, we need you to the staging lanes. Super Shifters to the staging lanes, please. So Dieter Gersh and Al Ullman right now. So the handicap went to Dieter, but it is Al that is way out in front for the win. 9:31 at 119 miles an hour. And that brings up the next two, Wild Bill and Jody Brickwood. So essentially a heads-up race. They both dialed in at 9:30. And the win light comes on for Wild Bill. Goes 9:52 at 125 miles an hour. And that brings up Billy Aiken, our final motorcycle in the category. Wow, getting a little squirrely off the line and wisely off the throttle. Gets back on it after he got it centered in the groove and carries on through by run. And he was in a good position to not do anything too drastic there. So Billy Aiken goes 16:15 at 53 miles an hour, and that will take care of motorcycle as we get set for Super Combo. Lordco Super Combo is proud to be wishing Jerry Epp a happy 77th birthday. We would sing happy birthday, but that would be terrible. So happy birthday, Jerry Epp. It's your birthday today, 77th birthday. So birthday wishes going out to Jerry Epp from everybody here at Mission Raceway and Lordco Super Combo. So we're just doing a technical reset on the computer for the next round, which will be the Super Combo category, Index Racing, where we combine a host of index racers, whether that be 890, 990, or 1090. The index class that is Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. And those are their indexes. They all race against that. And so the idea is to get as close as possible to that 1090 or 990 or 890. And you do that by using throttle stops and delay boxes and that kind of thing. So you launch hard off the line to get a good reaction time, and then power is taken from the car, put back in at a predetermined digital box, and hopefully you end up at the top end at 1090. So 9 cars in the Super Combo class, presented by Lordco. Dan Parsons getting the bye run. I know. So the Quality Racing Duster gets there with a 1092, and again, that's the index. They're trying to get that 1090. Here's Glenn Eagleton and the birthday boy, Jerry Epp. Epp's driving that Mustang, so happy birthday to him. Corvette over here, Tower Side. Again, this is all in the Super Street category. So they all want to try and hit 1090, and you hear the throttle stops taking the power away there. It's the Corvette that gets there first. Eagleton runs a 1091, 131 miles an hour. As that brings up Martin Rochelle and Mark Downing. Again, 2 1090 cars. Attention in the pits, Junior Dragsters, Junior Street. We need you to the lanes, please. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and Junior Street 3 and 4. Here we go with Dave Stobie and Brad Vinci now. Again, 1090 is the number on the scoreboard and on the window. All these cars can certainly run quicker than 1090, and the goal is not to. You're trying to restrain the car. Brad Vinci gets there with a 1091 at 144 miles an hour for the win. So Brad Vinci advancing into the next round. So Warren Jacobson driving the Chevy 2. Brandon in the Super Gas Roadster in the other lane. 990 index. Both drivers getting into the stage beams very shallowly. Red light start for the Super Gas car. So the win light comes on for Warren Jacobson, goes 1093. 1093 at 135 miles an hour for the win. So Keith Winterbottom rolls up now as we roll into the Super Shifter category. Cloud Super Shifters. Dan Gray out of Maple Ridge driving that big pickup, the Ford F-250. Had the handicap start. Not able to stay out in front, though, as Keith Winterbottom runs 975 at 127 miles per hour. So Andrew Wiebe leaves too soon in his 47 Austin, turns on the red light, and Dale Posnick goes 10:21 for the win at 132 miles an hour. That brings up John DePork and Al Lougheed. Win light comes on for John DePork in the Chevy Camaro. 10:25, 131 miles an hour. Rich Graves now and Jamie Roth. Keep in mind that all of these drivers are manually shifting their way down the quarter mile. That is why it's called Super Shifters. So they've got both feet going and both hands going as they work their way down the quarter mile. It is a busy cockpit for all of these racers in the Super Shifter category on a different level than some of the other categories. Red light for Rich Graves in the El Camino. So it'll be a win light for Jamie Roth as he runs 10 flat, 135 miles an hour. Here comes Will Zorick now and Alf Wiebe. Will Zorick dialed in at 11:32. Wiebe 10:49. So 62 Bel Air will be leaving the start line first. A wheel spin for Zorick. See if he's able to stay out in front of Wiebe. He does. Goes 11:34 to 113 miles an hour for the win. And Scott Winterbottom and Tim Hopper. Next up, 72 Vega versus 63 Chevy 2. That little Chevy 2 torques over to the right real hard. Scott got it under control and will get the win light. Goes 9:74 as something happened to the Vega. Not able to be under power the whole quarter mile. Running a 16 flat at 52 miles an hour, but Scott Winterbottom picks up that round win. As Gene Kerner gets the bye here. Everson, BC, 1966 Ford Mustang. Tons of metal flake paint on that. For sure. Well worth taking a picture of in the pits. and on the start line with the sun shining so nicely on all that metal flake. Oh, getting out of shape a little bit there. Having to get off the throttle wisely and just coasted through on a bye run. 11:18 at 80 miles an hour, but yeah, it was a little bit squirrely there. So fortunately, he'll be back next round. So just to close out the Super Shifters, presented by McLeod. McLeod is your number one stop in drivetrain components. From single and twin disc clutch kits, Tremec transmissions, steel and aluminum flywheels, and more, you will find what your hot rod wants. From the street to the strip, McLeod Racing is your one-stop shop for all things drivetrain. Check out McLeodracing.com and become McLeod equipped today. McLeod, the sponsor for the BC Super Shifters, as we now roll into Junior Street. So handicap start. Going to Dallas Nassie. Racing to the 8th mile, but it's James McNeil that is victorious in that pairing. 10:01 on a 10 flat dial. 66 miles per hour. Sophia Getz in the water box. Her Mustang dialed in at 15:40. Isaac Neerklo in the 2003 Pontiac. So Sophia dialed in at 10 flat and Isaac at 11:19. You see the Pontiac Montana getting the handicap start. Mustang will try to get around. No, sir. Not going to happen. 11:23 for Isaac to pick up the win. Goes 61 miles an hour as Tyler Smith and Taryn Monroe up next. Taryn over on the spectator side in the Blazer, 11:52 is the dial. Tyler here in the Chevy pickup, dialed in at 11:15. Win light comes on for Tyler Smith, 11:20 at 63 miles an hour. This is a licensing pass for Jacob Stobie, making a licensing run 10:15 at 67 miles an hour. We talked about license runs earlier in the day. Need to do about 6 of those under different conditions. So we're just about to go into the junior dragsters. It is a very successful program that has been running for a good number of years. The NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League offers kids 5 to 17 the opportunity to experience the thrill of drag racing in a controlled environment. As a matter of fact, many of today's professional Camping World competitors got their start in junior dragsters. Erica Enders, Sean Langdon, J.R. Todd, and Leah Pruitt, just to name a few. And we can certainly count on a number of junior dragster racers here at Mission Raceway who have worked their way through the Thunder and then Lightning and now are in full-sized race cars. And that is always great to see as they move up in the category. We start off with Jack Green and Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence, daughter of Daniel Rodrigue, joined the ranks of Junior Thunder last year, 2022. That's actually Sydney Jung's former junior dragster, and Sydney herself has moved up into a full-size race car. And so that is great to see. But Cadence over there on the Lordco side of the racetrack, dialed in at 9:46, sponsored by Milron Truck Body and Color Compass, Ken's Specialty Auto and Elite Belts, and Grandpa Joe. And Jack Green, part of a 3-car family, Green Brothers Racing, dialed in at 1390 here on the tower side. So the Green Dragster gets to leave first and see who finishes up at the stripe at the 8th mile first without breaking out. It's just as serious as full-size racing, and perhaps even more so, as these junior dragster competitors are learning all sorts of social skills as well as competition skills. At the stripe, the win light for Cadence Rodrigue goes 9.50 on a 9.46 dial. So Cadence goes 67 miles an hour and advances to the next round. We have had a major increase in the number of junior dragsters that have been racing here in 2023. We went from maybe half a dozen a year or two ago to over 30 on some race weekends. So lots of activity in the juniors for sure, as Hunter Thompson and Emily White roll up. Hunter Thompson and Emily, both from Mission. Emily, part of the White Lightning Racing, sponsored by Lordco, Pioneer Truck, TNT, and Walco Industries. It's a win light right off the start as Emily goes red. So Hunter Thompson picks up the win, goes 9.08 at 73 miles an hour. Emily turning on that dreaded red light. So Ashton Katnick now and Isabella Marshall, the next two. Ashton from Maple Ridge. Sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco here on the tower side. 11.95 dial in on the scoreboard. So the handicap will be going to Ashton. Isabella Marshall, the quicker of the two junior dragsters. She's dialed in at 8.92, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, quality manufactured homes. So Ashton leaving too soon, turning on the red light. 0.06 of a second red. So win light comes on for Isabella Marshall, goes 8.86 at 75 miles an hour. Owen Armstrong and April Bond now rolling up into the stage beams. April Bond, part of the Bond Racing family, sponsored by JBS Equipment. Dad Justin doing the tune-up as he is racing here today. Off weekend for the NHRA Pro Mods. And he is all in with 3 race cars. 4 race cars counting his own. Owen Armstrong out of Chilliwack, sponsored by Fountain Tire in Chilliwack, SeaToSkyLaw.ca, and Lordco, hitting the handicap with a 14.21 dial against the quicker 8.93, and here comes April. April in the pink dragster, chasing down the slower one. Gets around, goes 8.96 on an 8.93 dial. So April Bond advancing into the next round. So Adam Katnick now and Alex Green get set to do battle here in this first round of Junior Thunder. Alex, part of that Green Brothers racing team. 2021 was a great year for Alex. Winning Junior Thunder at Door Wars 9. He won Junior Thunder at the JBS Junior Shootout and runner-up at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder that year. So 2021, great year for that Green Brothers racing dragster driven by Alex Green. He was 6 years old when all those things were accomplished, and so he's growing up a couple of years, and here he is now dialed in at 11.90, and he goes red. Oh no, Alex turns on the red light. Adam Katnick, though, looking forward to that win. 8.95, 73 miles an hour. So Nate Green and Jackson Dew. Jackson from Langley. Mike Boss chassied Junior dragster dialed in at 9:29 over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Nate Green, third of the three Green Brothers Racing dragsters, sponsored by Bumper Stand. Nate Green dialed in at 10:96, so Nate will be leaving the line first. Wind light comes on for Nate. Goes 11 flat. 11 flat on a 1096 dial to advance. 56 miles an hour. As Connor Jackson and Wes Armstrong get set for their pairing here now. Connor Jackson out of Abbotsford. And Wes Armstrong, Chilliwack. Wes sponsored by Fountain Tire in Chilliwack, Sea to Sky Law, and Badass Garage. Connor Jackson, TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, and Lordco Auto. Red light start for Wes Armstrong. So unfortunately for Wes, left about 7th thou too quick. Turned on the red light. Connor Jackson, your victor there, 890 at 73 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. We have a racer in distress. Bob and Irene Cocatello. They need a new slick, a tube for the slick. 31 by 13 by 15. So, and it's got to be live. So if you live rubber. So if you have a tube 31 by 13 by 15 live rubber, can you head over to see Bob and Irene Cocatello and get them back on the track? They are located right by the scales, so check your inventory. If you've got a tube 31 by 13 by 15 live rubber, please head over and see Bob and Irene by the scales. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you for your third qualifying session. Third session, please. Doorslammers to the lanes. Lanes 5 and 6. Overflow 3 and 4. As we have moved into Lightning. So Lincoln Shirk getting the bye run here in the Lightning category, the quicker of the two categories. Lincoln sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Rad Torque Systems, JBS and JS Power Sports. Lightning, of course, the quicker of the two categories, can run as quick as 7.50. He runs a 7.99 at 81 miles an hour. And that brings up Emma Debris-Coos and McKenna Thompson. So Emma from Shawnigan, 2004 half-scale junior dragster, sponsored by BD Lift Trucks, SRC, Shawnigan Excavating, Titanium Auto Group, and Straight Line Race Cars. McKenna from Mission, sponsored by JBS. These are two quick junior dragsters. 794 is the dial-in for Emma, 792 for McKenna, so difference of only about 0.02 of a second on the tree. Be pretty much a heads-up race. Well, Emma turns on the red light, and that means a win light for McKenna Thompson, who goes 793 at 81 miles an hour. So McKenna getting a round win to advance into round two. So Nick Bond and Lexi Winterbottom will be our next pair. Lexi from Langley, dialed in at 8:07. Hobo Racing, sponsored by Bowtie Ventures. And Nick Bond, JBS sponsorship, of course. 792, the quicker of the two junior dragsters in this particular case. 8:07 is the dial-in for Lexi. So Lexi goes red, turns on the red light, and Nick Bond picks up the win, goes 790 at 81 miles an hour. So CL Gagnon now and Colton Morin. CL joined the ranks of the 790 Index of Junior Lightning in about 2022. And she likes to go fast. Made it to the final round in virtually every race last year. And so her dad, Nate, Top Fuel Harley rider, is he proud? Well, that would certainly be an understatement. She I'd like to thank all of her supporters, sponsors, Rad Torque and Titanium Auto Group. Colton sponsors include TDS, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS, and Rex Cox. So Colton Morin dialed in at 797. Over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, 860 for CL. CL goes red. Left too soon. Colton Morin picks up the win. Runs an 8 flat, 82 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. We have a motorcycle rider in distress, Al Almond, number 604. He is in need of a tire as well. It's tire day at Mission Raceway. He is in need of Mickey Thompson, 26, 8.5 by 15. Here's the tire number, 3052, and new only. So if you have got a Mickey Thompson, 26, 8.5 by 15, number 3052, new only, Al would love to have a discussion with you. So head over to Al's pit area and see if you can help him out. And again, the Cocatellos are looking for a live rubber tube, 31 by 13 by 15, and the Cocatellos are located by the scales. If you can help them out, they would also appreciate that. So Canada West Doorslammers are in the staging lanes as we do just a little bit of track preparation in anticipation of their third qualifying session. Today's race for the Doorslammers is presented by the Titanium Auto Group. If you're looking for a car, truck, SUV, minivan, or custom classic, Titanium Auto Group is the place for you. Both of their dealerships are located in convenient and easy-to-access locations in beautiful Langley. Titanium prides itself on being able to get everyone into a vehicle by utilizing their first-rate financing options. So whether you've got horrible, mediocre, or good credit, they can get you into the vehicle of your dreams. Their ability to get customers loans to purchase a vehicle is one of the very best in the industry. And they work exclusively with their in-house financing department to get you the best deals available. Check out Titanium Auto Group. You can see them online at titaniumautogroup.ca. Lots of great reviews. Check them out. They are this weekend's sponsor for the Canada West Doorslammer Series. Hopefully you've all been enjoying yourself here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. It is sort of the hottest part of the day right now, so want to make sure that you stay hydrated. If you have the opportunity to head over to the Half Track Snack Shack or the Pro Shop, they have got all kinds of liquid refreshments there for you. And also, if you forgot your sunscreen, well, they might even have some of that there. Check them out at the Pro Shop for your NHRA and Mission Raceway souvenirs as well. It's also worth mentioning that as you travel through the pit area, keeping your eyes open for cars that are using the various pit lanes. But as you're walking through the pit area, do take note of the various racers that have merch available. And it's always a great idea if you're able to support them, purchasing some shirts or jackets or whatever wares they have. Check them out. Badass Garage, if they're on the property, and I believe that they are. They've got all sorts of great stuff, too. So do take the opportunity to wander through the pits and look for all sorts of great stuff that might be gift items for the racing member of your family or for yourself. So we're down just for a few minutes here with the track preparation that is taking place. Once again, it is always important for us to make sure that the track is in great condition for when we start the next round of eliminations, and that always starts with qualifying with Canada West Doorslammers. They are all in the staging lanes getting ready to head down track, but we will be down for just a couple of minutes here as we do this track preparation, scraping the track, make sure that we've got the excess rubber off the start line, and make sure that it is nice and well groomed and sticky. So we'll be back into racing action here momentarily.
Ringtone suits you so well, Jerry.
Okay, so tractors being parked, and that means if you are in a position where you cannot see the drag strip, then you're in the wrong place. You need to head over to the stands, as we're going to be sending cars down the track here in just a few seconds. So those cars will be the Canada West Doorslammers, qualifying session number 3 of 4 today. I hear cars starting up in the staging lanes. And that would be Canada West Doorslammers, presented this weekend by the Titanium Auto Group. Coming up, it is John DeYoung and Roger Winter. Roger Winter in that great-looking 1941 Willys. Sponsored by Jim Winter Collectible Car Appraisals, Criddle Speed Shop, and Tap to Drain Plumbing, a family-owned business based right here in Mission. Getting your ducks in a row. So great sponsors involved with Roger Winter's new car here that he just brought on the scene in 2023 with the big wing and everything else. So I want to give a shout out to Tap to Drain Plumbing and Jim Winter Collectible Car Appraisals. In the other lane, John DeYoung. Well, sponsors include Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solutions. His 1968 Camaro, big block Chevy with a blower under that scoop. This is qualifying session number 3. John has been in the 6s on both previous runs. Wow, Wow, hang on. Roger getting real close to the center line, had to get out of it. 675 is a consistent run for John DeYoung, 205 miles an hour, but Roger Winter just, zoomed over to the center line and wisely got out of the throttle.
Just walk around, it's just like this.
So Jason Field now completes the burnout, backs up his 71 Chevelle. Calls it Overkill, sponsored by Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales. Jason Field rolls up into the beams, purges the nitrous. So Jason runs it through to an 817. 817 at 165 miles an hour. That brings up Greg Field and Dallas Wagner. Wagner from Vernon, interior, 2004 Dakota. 526 cubic inch Hemi under the hood of that Dakota. Sponsored by MRG Holdings and Wagner Machine. Greg Field, your number one qualifier so far after 2 runs. Greg in the 640s. Spun the tires in the second hit. Greg Field out of Kamloops in that 69 Opel GT. Original Opel would have had a wheelbase of about 96 inches. You know, it's deceptive, that car. It looks like it's shorter than it is. It's 118 cubic inch or wheelbase. So Greg not going to get a time as he rolled the beams. And so Field looking to make some changes to that best speed category. He ran 227, and his best to date had been 224. So he'd be happy with that part of the run, but he was not happy with the fact that he rolled the beams. So Mike Kenworthy picks up a 846 on that pass, 161 miles an hour. Brody Shirk Starter gives go-ahead to fire up the next pair, and it will be Howie Winklehorst and Brody Shirk. So Howie in the 55 Bel Air out of Abbotsford. And Brody from Langley in his 67 Chevy 2. Brody sponsored, of course, by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop and Napa. So once again, Howie leaves the line too soon and will get no incrementals on that pass. Brody goes 876, 152 miles an hour. Backing up now from the burnout, that's Dave Warren. Calls that 62 Bel Air Blue Max. Likes to do burnouts well across the start line. In the other lane, out of Yarrow, Terry Langdon Davies, sponsored by Langdon Davies Concrete. Rate 41 Willys. Retaining a lot of the original body lines of the Willys. It was always seen to be a sort of, for its day, streamlined because it had all those rounded edges. Did not have that big wing on the back. Both cars straight and true down the racetrack. 8:10 is the time for the Bel Air of Dave Warren, 167 miles an hour. 8:15 for the Willys of Terry Langdon Davies at 164 miles an hour. So Scott Robinson rolls up now in his 94 Beretta. He is currently in the number 2 points position for Canada West Doorslammers in 2023. Scott from Chilliwack, sponsored by Postma Farms, Rad Torque, Titanium Auto Group, AccuCut Lasers, and JS Power Sports. And Otto Schulte in the other lane. So something distracting Otto as his reaction time was started with a 1 point something. So 775 for Scott Robinson at 176 miles an hour. And Ray Rusiani and Mark Thompson will be next. Hey, attention in the pits, license and test. We need license and test to lane 6. And Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you're on standby. Ray Rusiani out of Kelowna in his yellow Chevy 2, and Mark Thompson in the silver Studebaker. 1954 Studebaker with big block Chevy power. .762 is the time for Mark Thompson. 003 reaction time for Ray Rusiani, though. 8:26, 163 miles an hour. Thompson goes 181 miles an hour. Here comes Grant Howell, and sitting in the water box right now, Darren Buick. Darren's driving that 67 Nova, sponsored by Evans Excavating. Grant Howell from Victoria in that purple and orange 37 Chevy. Past champion. So Grant Howell goes 778, 173 miles an hour. Buick goes 865, 155 miles an hour. And that brings up Jay Sievertson and Brian Ritchie. Jay having problems last time out. Jay out of Mission driving that 66 Black Canso, sponsored by JS Power Sports, of course. Brian Ritchie from Port Coquitlam. Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales sponsorship. Hey, attention in the pits. This is your final call for license and test, lane 6. License and test, lane 6, final call. And Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. We need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. $769. Good to get in the program. Jay Sievertson, 184 miles an hour. Brian Ritchie, 807. 168 miles an hour. Once again, Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Pro bracket. We need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. Paul Stretch making the over-the-line burnout. Paul currently in third place in the points this year. Brad Powell in the other lane from Linden, Washington. Paul Stretch from Duncan in his red Cavalier. 2022 series champion. So currently in third, looking to make some improvements this weekend and repeat as champion. Stretch goes 733 at 189 miles an hour, and Brad Powell 845 at 158. Henry Zacharias and Peter Lucanis now. Peter Lucanis in the Corvette, the blue and white Corvette, currently your points leader. Henry Zacharias in the 53 Vet. Surrey is home for that Zacharias Investment sponsored Corvette. Peter Lucanis from Coquitlam in the 63. So we got a 53 Vet and a 63 Vet. One looking a little bit closer to its original lines than the other. Wheels up launch for Henry. Grabbed a whole bunch on the start line and gets there with a 768. 768, pops the chute, goes 173 miles an hour. McCandis in the other lane, 859, 157 miles an hour. Replaying that old story that it's not the quickest or the fastest, it's the most consistent. You got to keep showing up and going rounds, and that's the story of collecting points. Andy Hatton now, and Paul Soares. Andy in the green Camaro. Paul in the 95 Grand Am. Red Grand Am sponsored by Soares Transport. Andy Hatton calling his Camaro the Grinch. He is the owner of Bubba's Speed Shop, the sponsor of Pro Bracket. So Paul Soares goes 804 to 169 miles an hour. Hatton 823 at 163 miles an hour. Mustang belongs to Poe Freeborn from Courtney. 1967 Mustang Shelby. Sponsored by Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. And Lane Woolley in the Duster. Marcus family sponsoring the running of that car, along with Bucky's Mini Excavating out of Langley. So Freeborn goes 720 at 191 miles an hour, and 772 for Woolley at 177 miles an hour. Kathy Freeborn now and Derek Shirk get set for their qualifier. Kathy from Courtney, part of the Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating team-sponsored cars. Poe driving the Ford Mustang, and Kathy, Chevy Camaro. Derek Shirk out of Langley, the Titanium Auto Group proprietor, sponsoring his vehicle along with Bubba's Speed Shop and JS Performance. .781 is the time for Derek. 781 at 173 miles an hour. Kathy goes 856 at 159 miles an hour. So Anthony Katnick looking to get into the program. Sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. 8:42 will do it. 8:42 at 161 miles an hour. And so Anthony crosses that 870 threshold to get into the program. Rob Phippen making another checkout pass, his third of the day here. .675 at 202 miles an hour. 675 for Rob Phippen.
This looks like a plethora of dessert.
So Brittany Bond completes the burnout, doing some checkout runs in her dragster. Hey, tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Sportsman, we need Sportsman to the lanes. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, we need you to the lanes. This is your call. Bring them up. And Brittany Bond goes 789, 166 miles an hour, 789. So picking up some momentum on that dragster. Doing a little bit of touch-up as I see Sean Cowie and his alcohol dragster in the staging lanes. Hey, listen, we have another racer in distress. Falcon Fast, Dustin Hunter, needs a Power Glide input shaft with turbo spline. So if you have a Power Glide input shaft with turbo spline, Dustin would love to have a conversation with you. His pit area is located at about 1,000-foot trackside. So check into your inventory. And if you've got that Power Glide input shaft with turbo spline, go see Dustin Hunter. He'll be really happy to have a chat with you. So Sean Cowie going to make another checkout pass here. It's worth reviewing the track record here at Mission Raceway. Earlier today, he ran on his second checkout pass a 5:19. Now, the track record he actually holds. Sean Cowie holds the track record here at Mission. It's a 5:18. And his speed earlier was 277. The speed record he has at 279.06. Now, both those were set on June 4th in 2017. So, interestingly, the injected nitro side of the alcohol dragster class, our track record is 5:19 at 277, and that is held by Kim Parker. That was set that same weekend, that same day. So, Sean actually ran the 5:19 277. That is the injected nitro record, but the blown alcohol car, he holds the record at 5:18 at 279. So just been doing a little bit more of a touch-up on the track to see whether Sean, who obviously taking a break from the NHRA circuit to do some testing here at Mission Raceway, and we are so pleased that he has come here to run the car for us. So once again, Sean Cowie giving those valve springs a serious workout on that long and smoky burnout. Probably the longest burnouts on the of the alcohol crowd on the NHRA circuit. He loves to do the burnouts. So first time up, he ran in the 550s, shut off early, shoots out. Second run, full pull, the whole quarter mile, 5:19, 2:77. Sponsored by Mundy's Towing. Let's see how Sean does. Run number 3. He's rolling in, it's pre-staged. A few more inches. Bring up the revs. He's in. Wow, full pull once again. 5:19.71. 5:19 at 278 miles an hour. So just shy of his own track record of 279. He goes 278.64, 5:19. Again, just shy of his record here, 5:18. But that track is hot today. So understandably, he's making a lot of horsepower on that hot track. 5:19 at 278 miles an hour. Great passes. So we go into round number 2. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Odd number of cars in the category, so Aiden Katnick gets the bye run. Aiden runs a 1086 at 129 miles an hour. So competition single here as Dustin Hunter, as we heard, is broke and not able to make the call for this round. So Ryan Ledrette takes the 71 Chevy on a competition single to advance into round number 3. Goes 12:43 at 106 miles per hour. Next pair is Ron Walsh and Dustin Brewington. Ron from Langley in his Chevy Camaro here on the tower side. Dustin Camaro on the spectator side as well. Dustin from Kennewick, the black Camaro from Washington, dialed in at 1034. Gets the slight handicap start, but it's Ron Walsh who turns the light bulb red. Takes himself out of competition, and Dustin Brewington will advance to round number 3. 10:33 for Dustin at 128 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Scott Wilson, we need you to the lanes. Scott Wilson, we need you to the lanes. And Super Pro, stand by. You're on standby. Super Pro on standby. So John Tabak and Ralph Ehlers battling it out on the track. Win light comes on for John. Goes 10:58 at 118 miles per hour, taking the S10 into round number 3. As David Rastad rolls forward in his 80 Malibu. Ken's Custom Auto Machines sponsored Malibu is over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. This side, the Tower side, Chris Stone, 68 Dodge Dart. Little shout out that Chris Stone has Buck Kinney, best sponsor ever, Stone Cold Racing. Great reaction time for Chris Stone, but it wasn't enough as Rastad takes the win, goes 12:02, 107 miles per hour. And here comes Sean Langley and Del Northgraves. Sean in the Mach 1 and Del in the Nova. And Sean is all the way in from Linden, Washington, just across the border. And Del from Pitt Meadows. Saw the handicap start go to the Mach 1 and picks up the win, goes 12:04 at 110 miles an hour. So Sean Langley advancing as Eric Stone and Ross Walker roll up next. Stone in the 65 Chevy here, Tower side. Got a big happy birthday going out to his crew chief, Margaret. And Ross Walker in the other lane in the Chevy too. Everybody's got a green light. And it will be decided at the top end with a win light for Ross Walker. Walker takes the Chevy 2 to a 10:20 at 126 miles an hour for the win. Hey, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we're calling you to the lanes now. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. Rad Torque Systems, Super Pro to the lanes. Craig Johnson and Daryl Tippy. Craig is out of Langley and Daryl out of Surrey. Handicap going to the Oldsmobile here on the Tower side. Dialed in at 1164 against Daryl's 1066. They are off with not much of a difference in their reaction times. Who stays under the dial? Well, Daryl is going to be the winner. 1070 at 122 miles an hour. They both stayed under. Daryl was closer to the dial. So that is going to do it for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Next up will be Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. The Sportsman category, like all the ET categories, 12 seconds and slower for Sportsman. No electronics in this category. Pro that we just witnessed, those cars can run anywhere between 9 seconds and 13.99. and Super Pro that are coming up in a short while. They can run as quick as 7 seconds and as slow as 11.99. So the range just keeps getting quicker and quicker. So here you go. We roll into Sportsman now. We start things off with Tyler Dobson and Eric Hansen. Round 2 of Sportsman. Eliminations. Tyler's driving that 78 green Camaro. The dart, that is Eric Hansen. And the dart, that's the one with the red light. Hansen goes red. Tyler Dobson goes on to the next round. Runs it through to an 11.95 at 116 miles an hour. So Tyler Dobson, your winner in that pair. Next up, Krista Loudit and Jeff Holman. Now, Krista from Maple Ridge getting the handicap start in that Jimmy. The other lane, it's also a GMC. 1970 pickup out of Mission. Win light comes on for Krista. Krista Loudit goes 13.62, 95 miles an hour to advance into the next round. Rob Getz now and Grant Gordon. Grant's driving the Dodge Dart over on the spectator side. Mustang ragtop here on the tower side. Handicap will go to the Mustang. See the Mustang leave. That is Rob Getz getting way out in front of the Dodge Dart. Dart's going to have to come on strong at the top end without breaking out of that 12.20. Goes 12.23 for the win. 109 miles an hour, timed just right. 4Cycle Customs sponsored Dodge Dart of Grant Gordon. Moving on as Nick Douglas and Alex Stobie get set for their pairing. Nick driving the 68 Dart here tower side. Dialed in at 11.91, just in case you missed it. Alex Stobie from Abbotsford in the other lane. Driving the Chevy, dialed in at 13.71. Nick rolls in pre-stages. Here comes Alex. They're both staged and set. Here comes the tree. Handicap went to Alex, but he went too soon. Turned on the red light by a whole bunch. So Nick Douglas will advance in this round of Sportsman. Ryan Ledrette now and Kevin McCauley. It will be Ryan with the handicap start in his 71 Chevelle. Kevin's going to take the Cutlass on a run here to see if he can chase down the Chevelle. Does so. Goes 1198, 112 miles an hour. 1198 for Kevin McCauley. So Jim Mantle runs a 1473 at 89 miles an hour for that pacer, and he's going on into the next round. It's Brandon Somerville and Sean Langley roll into the beams now. Brandon's got the 2017 Challenger from Campbell River, and Sean from Linden in his 69 Mustang. Mach 1. The Challenger gets the handicap start. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod. We need Old Car Center Hot Rod to the rear of the staging lanes to be laddered. Motorcycles, you are now on standby. But Hot Rod, we need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. So here we go, round number 2 for the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro category. And our first pair in the water box. Wait for the burnouts, Mike Robinson and John Jenkins. Now Robinson's driving the 27 Ford T Roadster. Out of Chilliwack, Mike Robinson is dialed in at 917. Jenkins in the other lane, the Chevy S10. John has raced everything from motorcycles to door cars to front engine dragsters, and now this. And he gets the handicap start. Dialed in 11:20. Roadster's coming on strong at the top end and gets around him. Mike Robinson moving to round number 3, running 9:23 at 134 miles an hour. Here comes Justin Bond and Dustin Brewington. Try saying that fast 4 times. So Justin from Mission in the dragster, taking care of Brittany's dragsters and the 2 junior dragsters. So managing 4 cars this weekend. Not a weekend off by most measurements. Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington, and his 99 black Camaro. Dialed in at 10:34. So Dustin will be getting the handicap start, as you might expect. They get the go-ahead from the starter. Roll them in. Let's get it staged up and get this happening here. So the Camaro is going to have to take advantage of that tree because the dragster is going to have the top end charge, and that is going to be potentially bad news for Dustin unless he's way out in front. It's going to be a close one either way as they are staged. Here comes the tree. Both of them green on the start, and one of them with a spectacular reaction time. Wow. Justin Bond broke out, went under the dial by 12 ten-thousandths of a second, had the better reaction time, double 02 reaction time, but went too quick. Dustin Brewington picks up the win running at 10:35 against the dragster, 124 miles an hour for that Camaro to advance into round number 3 of Super Pro. And here comes Glenn Eagleton now and Stephen Robert. Robert's in the 34 Chevy bucket. The evil bucket, he calls it. Made it to the Race of Champions last season. Sponsors Pitbull Mechanical Repairs. Boy, Glenn Eagleton getting the handicap start in the Corvette Specialties Corvette. Manages to hang on, had a perfect reaction time. Down to 6 ten-thousandths of a second. Perfect reaction time for Glenn Eagleton. Goes 10:92 for the win at 133 miles an hour. And that brings up a couple of dragsters now. Jan Christensen and Tammy Peugeot. Jan picking up the dragster over the winter break and looking to just expand his racing opportunities, and has been having a great time in that El Gringo dragster. Pairs up with his little Chevy Nova. Super Pro dragster of Jan Christensen dialed in at 799. Tammy Peugeot 776. So check out the dragster on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Going to have to be just a little bit patient as Jan gets to leave first. At the stripe, it's a win light for Jan Christensen. Had a reaction time of 007 on the tree. Runs 8:02 for the win at 165 miles an hour. Tammy ran under by about 12 ten-thousandths of a second, so broke out by just a tiny little bit. Here comes Loren Schwartz now and Jeremy Soares. Jeremy in the dragster over on the spectator side. Sponsored by Soares Transport and Hot Shot. 7:95 is the dial-in time on the scoreboard at the top end. Lorenz 10:17. So the White Monte Carlo, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop, gets the handicap start. Leaves first. So both of them pre-staged. Nobody wants to get into the stage beam, though. Waiting it out and see who gets hotter and hotter. It's not like it's cold out there, 27 degrees, but nobody wants to go in first. And the starter is just sort of taking his time. Let them have at it. So they're still at it. Nobody wants to go in first. Looks like the dragster does break first, rolls in, and Lorenz is right there. And Jeremy goes red. So the dragster was just not able to patiently wait on the line. 10-17. 10-17, good for the win for Lorenz Schwartz, 132 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Motorcycle. We need motorcycle to the lanes. Motorcycle to the lanes. And super shifters. And super combo. You're both on standby. So Kevin McNichol getting the handicap start over Zach Liston in his 55 Chevy. And Kevin manages to stay out in front. Goes 10-12 for the win at 132 miles an hour. And he was just about 5 thousandths of a second over, in a good way, his dial-in of 10-12. So that is going to do it for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. That is going to take us into the Old Car Center Hot Rod category now, where your car has to be 1969 and older, and you're running 7.50 and slower, and we start with Ron Clark and Pete Legg. Pete's driving that 56 Chevy, and Ron, 69 Chevelle. Chevelle dialed in at 12:58, so you see Pete Legg in the wagon getting the handicap start. Hands off down track. Nobody wants to break out here. Wind light goes on for Ron Clark. 12:69, 94 miles an hour. Barry Patterson now and Sylvia Hoogston. So Sylvia driving what she calls her baby, a 66 Ford Mustang, 1278. In the other lane, Barry Patterson driving the 65 Black Coronet. Handicap will go to the blue Mustang. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super combo. We need you to the staging lanes. Super combo. Bring him up to the staging lanes. Super combo. Bring him up. So Sylvia gets a win with a 1281, 99 miles an hour, as Daryl Tippy and Rob Monroe are up next. Tippy in the Chevy 2 here, tower side, and Rob Monroe Jr. in the Blue Acadian over on the spectator side. Handicap will be going to, boy, if you call 1/1000th of a second a handicap start, it's pretty much heads up. Win light comes on for Daryl Tippy. Goes 10.68 at 123 miles an hour. So Jamie Wellwood rolls up in the 32 Bantam. Got 565 cubic inches of big block Chevy power sitting out in front of that altered. Makes for a wild ride. Nice under control run there. Goes 817. 158 miles an hour. So Roy Roman now and Rob Hodgson. Roman in the Trick or Treat Rambler from North Vancouver. Dialed in at 11:07. So Roy will leave the line first. Rob Hodgson in the Big Plymouth will come after him. And it's a red light start for the Rambler. So Roy Roman goes red. Win light comes on for Rob Hodgson, 10.73 at 123 miles an hour. Chris Stone and Mark Brenzinger next up. Pay attention in the pit, Super Combo. We are calling you to the lane, Super Combo. Calling you to the lane, Super Combo. Chris Stone and Mark Brenzinger. Win light comes on for Chris Stone, who runs a 10.14, 122 miles an hour. As we continue in round two of Hot Rod, Jerry Brabender and Matt Warner. Matt Warner from Sumas and Jerry Brabender in from Cloverdale. Boy, Matt Warner had a lot of airtime there. Not sure how much that hurt him. 10.61's good for Jerry to win in that Chevy 2. Goes 123 miles an hour. So Brabender advancing into the next round of Hot Rod. Hey, attention in the pit, Super Shifter now. We need Super Shifter to the rear of staging to be laddered. Super Shifter, we need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. Burnouts complete for round 2 of motorcycle as we start with Tom Tarand and Billy Aiken. So Billy Aiken over on the spectator side out of Kamloops on his Kawasaki. Tom Tarand, it's a Suzuki. Sponsored by Daytona Motorsports. Handicap will be going to the Lordco lane. 935 is the dial. You see it on the scoreboard at the top end. And 855 for Tom Tarand. Everybody's clean and green. And it looks like Billy Aiken got out of shape, and Tom Tarand just wheels on by. 883, 114 miles an hour. So Wild Bill losing power there on the start line in his Kawasaki, getting re-fired up. Al Oman waiting patiently. Al from Abbotsford, sponsored by Thrifty's Machine Shop. He's your track champion. Wild Bill from DeRoche. Getting a bit of a handicap start. Al gets by, goes 929. 929 and 128 miles an hour. So, win light for Al Oman.
No cars in the lanes.
So we roll into Lordco's Super Combo, presented by, of course, Lordco. Got birthday wishes going out to Jerry Epp today. Happy 77th birthday to Jerry Epp. As we pick up the action here with Martin Rochelle and Brad Vingy. Both 1090 cars shooting for that index. So, again, all these cars have more than enough power to go quicker than that, and the idea is to go slower than that. So Dan Parsons now and Glenn Eagleton. Again, 1090 is the target number. Who gets there first? It will be Dan Parsons, 1091, 127 miles an hour. Pay attention in the pits. Juniors, Peden Industries Juniors, we need you to the lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and Junior Street in 3 and 4. And then we're going to put Pro Bracket on standby. Pro Bracket, you're on standby for round 3. So that takes care of Super Combo category. As we move into Super Shifter now. Got 8 cars left in the category. Keith Winterbottom. Torquing up Scott Winterbottom. That car lurching over right-hand side. The win light comes on for Scott. 947, 136 miles an hour. Gene Kerner now and Dale Posnick. Kerner's driving that gorgeous metal flake, red, yellow, purple, and orange 66 Mustang. Oh, there's a little bit of purple in there, yeah. Oh, and a little bit of green, too. He's got every color of the crayon box on that car. Gorgeous looking car. Out of Everson, BC, and Dale Posnick going with a more muted one tone. Dale Posnick dialed in the Riff Raff Racing Mustang at 1020. Gets the handicap start. Kerner waits patiently, wheels up, red light start. Kerner goes way red. So Posnick gets there with a 1019 on a 1020 dial, but he saw the red light start on the part of Kerner and knew he could push it that way. It's John DePork now and Will Zorick will be our last pair. So Will Zorick runs 1134 to 119 miles an hour.
Sure, yeah, of course, that's no problem, man.
We start things off with the Peden Industries Junior Street category. And it's going to be Tyler Smith and James McNeil. First up, James from Surrey and Tyler from Abbotsford. Handicap start going to Tyler Smith, who's been running roughshod over his competition in this category. Goes to the final round. Tyler Smith runs 11:24, 61 miles an hour. Bye run here for Isaac. He is in the Pontiac, Montana.
Here? Just in general?
So Isaac takes the Montana to the 8th mile stripe, running 11:23 at 61 miles an hour to go into the final against Tyler Smith. And that is going to take care of Peden Industries Junior Street category. Next up will be the dragsters. We'll start with Thunder. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, we need you to the rear of staging. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, we need you to the rear of staging. And Sportsman, you are on standby. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, you are on standby. But Pro, we need you to the rear of staging. Junior Dragsters, presented by Peden Industries. Up next, Connor Jackson, over here on the tower side. And Bentley Johnson on the spectator side. Connor Jackson, Abbotsford, Bentley Johnson, Mission. Connor in the white and black dragster, sponsored by TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Lordco Auto Parts. Bentley Johnson. Sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop and Lucas Oil. Both cars, heads up, 890 is the dial-in time for both these junior dragsters, 890. Red light for Connor Jackson. So Bentley picks up the win, goes 897 at 72 miles an hour. And Connor, heartbreak as he turns on the red light, which is the nemesis of drag racers everywhere. So, coming up next, April Bond and Hunter Thompson. So, both of them have burnouts complete. They roll up to the pre-stage and stage beams. Hey, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We have called you to the lanes. Pro Bracket. To the lanes, please. Rear of staging. So Hunter Thompson getting the last second tune-up, as is April Bond. From Dad Justin. Both cars out of mission. Green light comes on, and everybody's clean and green here at the 8th mile stripe. It's Hunter Thompson that picks up the win with a 9:09, 73 miles an hour. 9:09, 73 miles an hour. And here comes Isabella Marshall and Cadence Rodrigue. Isabella Marshall over here at Towerside. Sponsors include Titanium Auto Group, Quality Manufactured Homes, dialed in at 890. So the quicker of the two, that's Isabella, the black dragster here. Cadence Rodrigue from Chilliwack, dialed in at 948 in the blue dragster, sponsored by Milron Truck Body, Color Compass, Ken's Specialty Auto, Elite Belts, and Grandpa Joe. All right, crews step away. It's up to the drivers now as they pre-stage and roll forward into the stage beams. Here comes the tree, and they are off and running. It's a win light for Cadence. Cadence Rodrigue goes 9:54 at 67 miles an hour for the win. Attention in the pits, car number 6004. You are needed in the lanes. I believe that is the Katnick. 6004. You are needed in the lanes. Adam Katnick in the junior dragster on the spectator side. Nate Green over here at Towerside, sponsored by Bumper Stand, dialed in at 1098. So Nate going to have a big handicap start over Adams, 894. And they are both off. To be decided in about 660 feet, and it is Adam Katnick with the win at 9 flat on an 894 dial, 71 miles per hour. And that takes care of the Peden Industries Junior Thunder category as we roll into Lightning. It is Colton Morin and Lincoln Shirk. Heads up race with a dial-in of 798 for both junior dragsters. Hey, attention in the pits. 6004. If that's your race car number, you are needed in the staging lanes, and we're going to call Sportsman now. Sportsman, we need you to the rear of staging. Sportsman, bring them up. Win light comes on for Lincoln Shirt, goes 8:06. Had a reaction time of 0:07 on the tree. Colton was a little bit tardy. 78 miles an hour for Lincoln to advance into the next round of Junior Lightning. Nick Bond and McKenna Thompson roll up. Once again, both racers coming out of Mission. And once again, it's a heads-up race with a 792 dial. Staged up, tree comes down, and they are off like a shot. Nick Bond to McKenna Thompson. Win light comes on for Nick Bond. 797, 80 miles an hour. Good to win. Good to go to the next round in Peden Industries Junior Lightning. So we are now entering elimination round number 3 in all categories. And we are going to kick things off with Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Category has cars running anywhere from 9 seconds to $13.99. No electronics, except for maybe trans brake and that kind of thing. First two will be Ryan Ledrette and Sean Langley. Maple Ridge, BC versus Lyndon, Washington. Chevy versus Ford. 1241 is the dial-in for Ryan, 1196 for Sean. Sean, the Sportsman track champion at Pacific Raceways in that Mustang. Not able to get around Ryan, who had the handicap advantage and runs a 1246. Now the margin of victory for that one, because Sean was closing fast, it's 12/10,000ths of a second. That was the margin of victory for Ryan Ledrette. As John Tabak and David Rastad roll up. Now Rastad's dialed in at 12:03, so he'll be leaving by about 2 seconds. Well, 1.5 seconds ahead of John Tabak. So they are set to decide who goes to the next round, and that's going to be John to back. He had a great reaction time, 0:06 on the reaction time. Ran a 10:56 on a 10:54 dial at 110 miles an hour. So John to back advancing as Dustin Brewington and Ross Walker. Next up, Dustin from Kennewick, Washington in that black Camaro, and Ross Walker in the Chevy 2 from Langley. Hey, attention in the pits. We're calling Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro to the lanes. Hot Rod, you're on standby, but Super Pro to the lanes, please. Win light comes on for Ross Walker in his 66 Chevy 2. Goes 10:07 for the win, 130 miles an hour. Ross Walker advancing. So once again, we're calling Super Pro to the lanes, and Hot Rod, you're on standby. Daryl Tippy now and Aiden Katnick. Win light comes on for Daryl Tippy. 10:70 at 117 miles an hour. And that is going to take care of round number 3 of Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. So now we roll into third round of eliminations for Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman. And so Krista Loudon and Tyler Dobson will be first at the ready line here. Loudon driving the 1990 GMC Jimmy here on the tower side, dialed in at 1361. Handicap will be going to Krista. Tyler in the Camaro, dialed in at 1192. Red light start for Krista. So win light comes on for Tyler Dobson, goes 12:15 at 97 miles an hour. Nick Douglas here, getting the bye run with the odd number of cars in this round. Driving the 68 Dart. So Nick Douglas on that bye run, taking advantage and pushing the tree, goes 1195. He certainly can do that on a bye run, 105 miles an hour. So the Dart going into the next round as another Dart rolls up. That's Grant Gordon from Surrey. And Jim Mantle from Black Creek. Mantle driving the 1977 Pacer, small block AMC motor, dialed Dialed in at 1472 and getting that big handicap start. Grant Gordon in the dart, charging after the pacer. Nobody wants to break out, and it will be Grant Gordon who picks up the win on a double breakout. Grant Gordon's breakout was less. He broke out about 300 and Mantle 800. So Grant Gordon advancing into the next round as Kevin McCauley and Sean Langley get set for their run. Pretty much a heads-up race in this particular round here with a difference of 7/100ths of a second between the dials. Win light for Sean Langley, and the Mustang goes 12:05, 104 miles an hour, and that takes care of round 3 of Sportsman. This will be a rerun from earlier. So again, 1090 is the index for both these racers. Martin Rochelle over here, tower side. Brad Vinge in the other lane. It's heads up. It's whoever dialed their delay box to get them to the finish line first, and problems for Brad Vinge. Off the gas, and he is coasting. 1092 for Martin Rochelle at 125 miles an hour, and that is good to advance into the next round. Hey, I was informed that normally we don't do a whole bunch of shout-outs, but a lot of birthdays and everything else. So, Krista Loudit, it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you, and many happy returns and all those good things. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod. We need Hot Rod to the lanes, please. Hot Rod. We're calling you to the lanes, Hot Rod. So the safety crew were out looking at the track and decided that it's probably time that we give it a little bit of a touch-up. So that is what we'll be doing now. So down for just a couple of minutes as we get that taken care of. Hey, attention in the pits. We're making a final call for Hot Rod. You should be in the lanes if you're still in competition. We've called Hot Rod to the lanes. This is your final call. Hey, so while we're at it, we're going to call finalists for motorcycle. So finalists for motorcycle, we need you in the lanes as well. So we're going to put Canada West Doorslammers on a 30-minute standby, and that is also the case for Super Combo and Super Shifters. You're on standby, but Canada West Doorslammers, 30-minute standby call. Hey, once again, we're going to call motorcycle finalists to the staging lanes. Motorcycle finalists, we need you to the staging lanes.
He said just to call.
And so we're going to call Super Combo, Lordco Super Combo, and BC Super Shifters to the staging lanes. So Super Combo and Super Shifters to the lanes as well. All right, here we go. This is Super Pro. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Start off with Mike Robinson and Dustin Brewington. Mike Robinson, he's driving that 27 Ford T Roadster. Used to be a rather muted blue, and now it's an absolutely gorgeous red and black. Out of Chilliwack. In the other lane from Kennewick, Washington, getting the handicap start, that's the Camaro of Dustin Brewington. Mike Robinson in pursuit of that Camaro and not able to get around him as Dustin Brewington runs 10:34 for the win, 128 miles an hour. So Kevin McNichol and Glenn Eagleton get set for their pairing. $10.11 is the dial-in for Kevin. Glenn, $10.83. Glenn sponsored by Corvette Specialties. Leaves the line first. Kevin McNichol coming in hot in his 67 Chevy. Not hot enough as Glenn Eagleton stays out in front, 1088. 1088 at 131 miles an hour. As Jan Christensen and Loren Schwartz now get set. Jan Christensen, 799 in the dragster. Loren Schwartz, 1016 in the Monte Carlo. Both drivers out of Langley know each other well. Lorenz will get the handicap start. Hey, attention in the pits, super shifters. We need you to the lanes, please. Super shifters. We've called you to the lanes. Bring them up, super shifters. Pre-staged. Jan bumps in. Lorenz does the same. Coin toss on the reaction time. Dragster's big top-end charge. Not strong enough as Loren Schwartz. Wow, had a 0:31 reaction time, 0:25 for Jan Christensen, so bit of a toss-up there. 10:20 on a 10:16 dial, so Jan goes under, breaks out, and Loren Schwartz advances. Hey, we've got another racer in distress. Krista Loudit needs a 1990 S15 Jimmy front wheel bearing. So 1990 S15 Jimmy front wheel bearing. Krista Loudit would be very happy if you were able to provide her with that. Jamie Wellwood backing up his 32 Bantam. And sitting in the water box, Sylvia Hoogston. We are in hot rod. Jamie Wellwood in that 32 Bantam. There's three body styles that are so popular in the altered class. Bantams, 27 Ford T, and also the 49, 48 Fiat. So the Bantam, not sure which one would be considered the most popular, but the Bantam is right up there as Jamie Wellwood is in pursuit of Sylvia Hoogston's Mustang. Yeah, she stays out in front, 1291, 95 miles an hour for the win. As Jerry Brabander and Rob Hodgson roll up now. So Brabander in the 62 Chevy 2 from Cloverdale, and Rob Hodgson from Mission in the 67 Plymouth. Car that used to be driven by Jim Isherwood. And the time he drove it, it was known to lift those front wheels sky high. Rob's got it sorted out in a little different fashion. And that car does not do the wheel stands that it used to, which is probably a good thing for getting from here to there. So a slight handicap start went to Rob Hodgson. Win light comes on, though, for Jerry Brabander in the Chevy 2. 1065. At 118 miles an hour. As Ron Clark and Chris Stone roll up our next competitors. 1254 is the dial in for Ron Clark 69 Chevelle. And Chris Stone, he's got 1011 on the scoreboard there. Chris, part of Stone Cold Racing. Hammer sandwich.
This morning we're walking downstairs. I'm like, oh, we're going for a walk. Like, just everything.
Oh, there's the
There's
cowbell
the
again.
freaking cowbell. Ring, ding, 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 ding.
Bob.
Bob,
Let's watch your
there we
criminal
go.
minds, and it was that big shootout that woke you up. Oh, man.
Shootout.
Wait, are you shooting that? No, I know who I am.
No, I don't think she would have talked to Matt. I don't think she was here when he was here. He's also married. Damn, really? 6 months or something. She's like, he's the NHRA.
No, no.
He is very. I agree.
Is Nate here?
Yes, it is. Yeah, he's not racing though. He's not racing.
I agree. He's so awesome. He's very good looking. Especially if he's like one of those bikers. He gets
Final round in motorcycle now. Al Oman and Tom Tarand. Final round. Al driving his Kawasaki. Tom on a Suzuki. Al from Abbotsford. Tom from Maple Ridge. Al, multi-time track champion, sponsored by Thrifty's Machine Shop. And Tom, well, he's got a quick bike. He's the one who has to wait on the start line. 8:57 is the dial-in for Tom. 9:19 for Al. So Tom goes right into pre-stage, as does Al. They're both clean and green. Boy, that's the stripe. It'll be a close one as Al Oman goes 9:23 for the win because Tom Turan went too quick. Once again, Junior Thunder and Junior Street and Junior Lightning. We've called you to the lanes. We need you to the lanes, please. Here we go. BC Super Shifters, father and son kicking things off. Keith Winterbottom. Over here, Tower Side, Scott Winterbottom in that rockin' 63 Chevy 2 that just keeps torquing up to the right-hand side, but it's working for him. He goes 9:49 at 128 miles an hour. So Scott goes ahead into the next round as we bring up the next pair, which is Dale Posnick and Will Zorek. Will Zorek in the 62 Bel Air here, Tower Side, dialed in at 11:33. Maple Ridge is home for Posnick and his Riff Raff Racing Mustang. 390 cubic inches under the hood. Dialed in at 10:20, and it'll be a handicap start for Will Zorek. Good stuff. $10.18 for Posnick as they both break out, but Posnick a little closer to the dial, and so we will see Dale Posnick moving on into the next round of BC Super Shifters presented by McLeod. Attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you to the lanes. Doorslammers to the lanes. Bring them up. Final round in Peden Industries Junior Street. Tyler Smith. And it is going to be at the stripe. A win light for Isaac. Isaac in the Pontiac, Montana. Goes 11:20. Breaks Tyler's streak of 6 in a row or something. Had a reaction time of 0:03. So Isaac had the gas pedal set on stun, like on Star Trek. So, and he wins a Wally today because this is a Wally race. So, congratulations to Isaac and his whole team for getting him to the final round and for his footwork to pull out the win. 11:20 at 62 miles an hour. So we roll into Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Hunter Thompson and Bentley Johnson. Hunter Thompson from Mission, as is Bentley. Hunter's over here, Tower side. Bentley, sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop and Lucas Oil. On the spectator side, dialed in at 893. Hunter Thompson, 907. Win light comes on for Hunter Thompson, 909, 73 miles an hour. Next up is Adam Katnick, Cadence Rodrigue. So Cadence from Chilliwack, dialed in at 954. Adam, 893. So Adam, the quicker of the two. So crews step away from the junior dragsters. All the tuning is complete. It's now in the hands of the drivers. Cadence on the Lordco side, Adam here on the TCS side. Wind light comes on for Adam Katnick, 898, 71 miles an hour. Nick Bond and Lincoln Shirk. Next two, virtually heads up, 792 and 797. Dial in, so a difference of only about 0.05 of a second on the tree. Wind light comes on for Lincoln Shirk, 801. 801 at 81 miles an hour. Reaction time was pretty much a coin toss, 094 to an 095. Nick Bond, unfortunately, went under by 41 10,000ths of a second. Dialed in at 792, ran a 791.59. So, qualifying session number 4 for Canada West Doorslammers this weekend, presented by the Titanium Auto Group. Lower Mainland's leading pre-owned car dealership, offering nothing but the finest in pre-owned vehicles, regardless of budget. Titanium provides you with first-rate buying experience. Titanium deals in only the most exceptional pre-owned cars, trucks, minivans, and SUVs, because that is what their customers have come to expect. You can visit them online at thetitaniumautogroup.ca. So Ray Rusiani and Scott Robinson. Scott Robinson sitting in the water box, currently number 2 in points, not far behind Peter Lucanis, not far ahead of Paul Stretch. It's a tight 3-way race. Ray Rusiani from Kelowna, recently making the move out to BC from Ontario. Driving that yellow 66 Chevy 2. Sponsored by Dexy Paws. Scott Robinson, he's in the 94 black and red Beretta here Towerside. Postma Farms, Rad Torque, Titanium Auto Group, AccuCut Lasers, and JS Power Sports. So it looks like Greg Feel stayed powered up and wants to make the run. So he is been pushed back, whereas Dallas has been shut off. Greg Field, though, wants to roll forward and make a pass here. 69 Opel GT twin turbo. So bumps in. Goes 667. 667 at 226 miles an hour. Ran 227 earlier, so got that speed figured out and running in the sixes pretty consistently. Next two, Canada West Doorslammers. Poe Freeborn and Mike Kenworthy. So Poe in the 67 Mustang. Here tower side, out of Courtney. Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating is their company. Mike Kenworthy in the Firebird out of Arlington. So Poe Freeborn gets there with a 7:21 on that qualifier, 190 miles an hour, and Mike Kenworthy, 8:45 at 161 miles an hour. Hey, while it's just a little bit quiet, I have yet another racer in distress. That's Nate Gagnon, who needs 2 liters of 520 non-synthetic motor oil, all right? He needs 2 liters of 520 non-synthetic motor oil. If you have that in your trailer, please head over to help Nate out. You know where to find him. 520 non-synthetic 2 liters. Head over to Nate Gagnon's trailer and he will be much appreciative of that. Here comes Brody Shirk now and Jason Field. Jason running in that 71 Chevelle. Over on the spectator side, Brody here in the 67 Chevy 2. Wheels up for Jason. He is off and running. Runs an 8:08. 165 miles an hour. Brody goes 8:40 at 160 miles an hour. Mark Thompson now and Howie Winklehorst. Mark Thompson from Coldstream in that 54 Studebaker. And Howie Winklehorst out of Abbotsford in 55 Bel Air. Probably one of the most popular Chevy body styles around. 55 Bel Air. Well, between a 55 and a 57, I guess. Mark Thompson taking the more unique approach with the Studebaker. So both not going to be happy with that. Howie leaves before the tree is activated, and Mark gets a 7:57, 182 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you back to the rear of staging. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Need you back to the rear of staging. So it's orange. It's purple. It's Grand Howell. 37 Chevy out of Victoria. Here on the tower side. In the other lane, if you've been walking in the pits and you've seen Andy Hatton's car, then you've seen what he has on the hood of that car. It is the Grinch. That's what he calls that green Camaro, the Grinch. He is the owner of Bubba Speed Shop. Andy Hatton, based out of Langley. Big block Chevy under the hood. Everybody getting their fourth hit on their cars for this weekend. Grand Howell goes 776 at 174 miles an hour. 820 at 163 miles an hour for Andy Hatton. Otto Schulte now, 2005 Cavalier out of Black Creek. And Jay Sievertson out of Mission, his 66 Canso. Pay attention in the pits. Once again, we're calling pro to the lanes. Pro. We need you pro to the lanes, please. So Otto Schulte goes 752. 752 to 182 miles an hour on that pass. 750 for Jay. 750 at 189 miles an hour. So we pick up the action here. Fourth qualifier in Canada West Doorslammers, Paul Soares and Peter Lucanis. Lucanis is the number 1 in points right now. He's followed by Scott Robinson, Paul Stretch, and Darian Buick.
Sportsman to the lane, super pro standby. Does that make sense?
Where are we here?
We're
Yeah, we're past that. We're here.
Yeah, right there.
So attention in the pits, we're going to call Sportsman to the lanes, please. Sportsman to the lanes, Super Pro, you are on standby. But Sportsman, we need you to the lanes, and Super Pro, you are on standby. So burnout complete for Lane Woolley from Langley in his Duster. Brad Powell sitting in the water box is doing his burnout now. Brad choosing not to do the burnout over the start line like some of the competitors. So Brad Powell from Linden in that silver 67 Chevelle. And Lane Woolley in the Duster. Let's see how they make out on this fourth qualifying hit at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. .770 for Lane Woolley. Brad Powell goes 8:41 159 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Kathy Freeborn in that red Camaro. And Henry Zacharias in the 53 Corvette. Wow, Henry, hang on. He went right for the wall, but managed to get back in the groove and under power, but took a lot out of that run. He's coasting through the top end. 8:54 for Kathy. 160 miles an hour. So Derek Shirk on his fourth hit at the track in the Canada West Doorslammer Series. '55 Chevy underwent some repair work from a recent incident earlier this year. Straight down the groove, 775, 174 miles an hour. So Derek Shirk should be happy with that run. And Anthony Katnick. There's actually a whole fleet of Katnicks at any given race. Great to see the family all out racing. Anthony in this Mustang. So this will be Tom Katnick's fourth hit. wagging the tail a little bit on that pass. Time goes 7:59, 181 miles an hour. And that brings up Roger Winter. Car that he brought out earlier this year. Jim Winter Collectible Car Appraisals. Emblazoned on the side of that 41 Willys. Attention in the pits, Super Pro. We need Super Pro to the lanes, and Hot Rod, you are on standby. Ooh, he's let out some smoke. Roger Winter. Heading down track, and that run, 836, 158 miles an hour. But the safety crew will probably want to go and take a look at the smoke and see whether that was anything more than just smoke. Attention in the pits, Super Pro. We have called Super Pro and Hot Rod. We need Super Pro and Hot Rod to the lanes, please. So it looks like we got the go-ahead from the safety. Track preparation people say we're good to go. So, Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Here we go. Semifinal round action. Daryl Tippy, Ryan Ledrette, racing for a Wally. Daryl Tippy dialed in at 1066 and Ryan at 1238. Every driver here, the last four, looking for that Wally. Be on their shelf. So Daryl Tippy out of Surrey. Over here, Tower side, Ryan in that Chevy. Red light start for Daryl Tippy. Not going to be happy with that. So Ryan Ledrette goes 1237, 106 miles per hour, and that brings up the other half of the semifinal, John Tabak. So at the stripe, John Tabak picks up the win, goes 10:48 at 121 miles an hour. 10:48 at 121 miles an hour. And that's going to take care of Pro Bracket as we roll into Sportsman now. So Nick Douglas and Tyler Dobson, first pair. Nick from Washington in the Dodge Dart here, Tower side. Tyler the Camaro from Abbotsford on the spectator side. And it's going to be Tyler. Goes 1188, 116 miles an hour. And Grant Gordon and Sean Langley. Sean Langley picks up the win, 12:01 at 110 miles an hour. So the Lyndon, Washington runner takes his Mach 1 Mustang. One more round, and that will be in the final. Hey, attention in the pits. Jerry Brabander, we need you to the staging lanes. Jerry Brabander, we need you to the staging lanes, please. So we're also going to call Super Combo, Super Shifter, and Junior Dragster final. So Super Shifter, Super Combo, need you to the lanes, and Junior Dragster final. Glenn Eagleton and Dustin Brewington. As we are in Super Pro, Vancouver, let me get it right, Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Glenn Eagleton over here tower side in the Corvette, Dustin Brewington in the 99 Camaro. Kennewick, Washington is home for Dustin, dialed in at 1032. Corvette 1086 leaves first. Wind light comes on for Glenn Eagleton. Goes 1085 at 135 miles an hour. Both drivers breaking out, but Glenn, the lesser of the two. And here comes Lorenz Schwartz in his Monte Carlo. So 10:17 is the time for Lorenz Schwartz. 10:17, 132 miles an hour. As we are now in Hot Rod, working down to the finals this Wally Saturday. Jerry Brabander and Sylvia Hoogston. Brabander 10:59 and Sylvia 12:77. So the Blue Mustang will be leaving the line first. Wind light comes on for Jerry Brabander. 1064 to 118 miles an hour. As we continue here in Hot Rod. So Daryl Tippy and Chris Stone head down track, and it is going to be a win light for Daryl Tippy. 1065, 123 miles an hour. Chris Stone going 7th thou under the dial. Ran a 1006 on a 1007 dial. Hey, attention in the pits for all of you racers who are dealing with oil changes and everything else. The oil bins by the Half-Track Snack Shack are full, and so we just want you to be aware of the fact that they are full. We will be setting up some of the other smaller bins beside that, so if you're just a little bit patient, we'll get that set up, and that will be there momentarily. But the full oil, the usual oil bin is full, so be looking for the smaller bins to do any of your oil change.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hope you don't mind listening to me for a little bit here for the rest of the lane calls for the evening. But we do need all of the people still in competition, all of our finalists back to the lanes. So that would be Hot Rod and Pro, Super Pro and Sportsman, or anybody else if I accidentally missed you there. Anybody still in competition, please come back to the staging lanes. Racing friends, I do need the finalists left in competition to come back to the lanes. I think a couple of you are there. Just as a reminder, we need to finish off Pro, Sportsman, Super Pro, and Hot Rod. If you are a finalist and not in the lanes, please come down now.
Well, I saw the girls in the ambulance 5 times today.
Attention in the pits. We are looking for just a few racers. Jerry Brabander, Loren Schwartz, Daryl Tippy. If you are not in the lanes, please come down to the lanes as we are waiting for you. Thank you. It's Loren Schwartz, Lorenz Schwartz, you are the last racer we are waiting for in the staging lanes. If you could pretty please make your way down there. Lorenz Schwartz, we're waiting for you.